I think has the most advanced real world AI for interacting with the real world, which are developed as a function of to make self-driving work. And so, along with custom hardware and like a lot of hardcore low-level software to have it run efficiently and be power efficient, because it's one thing to do neural nets if you've got a gigantic server room with 10,000 computers, but now let's say you have to now distill that down into one computer that's running at low power in a humanoid robot or a car. That's actually very difficult. A lot of hardcore software work is required for that. So since we're kind of like solving navigate the real world with neural nets problem for cars, which are kind of like robots with four wheels, then it's like kind of a natural extension of that is to put it in a robot with arms and legs and actuators. Like the two like hard things are like you basically need to have the robot be intelligent enough to interact in a sensible way with the environment. So you need real world AI, and you need to be very good at manufacturing, which is a very hard problem. Tesla's very good at manufacturing, and also has the real world AI. So making the humanoid robot work is basically it means developing custom motors and sensors that are different from what a car would use. But we have I think we have the best expertise in developing advanced electric motors and power electronics. So it just has to be for a humanoid robot application, not a car.
Still, you do talk about love sometimes. So let me ask, this isn't like for like sex robots or something like that.
Love is the answer.
Yes. There is something compelling to us, not compelling, but we connect with humanoid robots or even legged robots, like with the dog and shapes with dogs. It seems like, there's a huge amount of loneliness in this world. All of us seek companionship with other humans, friendship, and all those kinds of things. We have a lot of here in Austin. A lot of people have dogs.
Sure.
There seems to be a huge opportunity to also have robots that decrease the amount of loneliness in the world, or help us humans connect with each other. So in a way that dogs can. Do you think about that? Test about it all, or is it really focused on the problem of performing specific tasks, not connecting with humans?
To be honest, I haven't actually thought about it from the companionship standpoint.
What up,
but
H2?
It actually would end up being, it could be actually a very good companion.
What's up?
The whole Kanye and the whole Nazi thing.
What about it?
I want you to know that there is nothing against the Jewish people, and that that this whole movement is actually for equalizing the field. And there is something very, very important. If you go to Gematria, gematrix.org, you'll see you can insert phrase. Now I'm going to post this screenshot. If you type in "my heart is pure" into this, there is the same number that is 1068 in English gematria and Hebrew gematria.
Okay.
Our hearts are pure, and I believe that this is the equalizer. This is the I'm gonna put this in general for. Well, I don't have permission to put it.
No one does, because people spam me with like really gory stuff. So just I'll look it up when I have a moment.
I'm gonna DM it to you. I'm gonna DM it to this account that I'm speaking to on.
Okay, don't do that. I'll send you the account on which I want you to do.
Okay. So I'm going to send you the screenshot. That's really the juice. And then I'm going to send you the link to the website if you want to mess around with it. It's really interesting stuff.
I've been to the website.
But yeah, so there's going to be a lot of Nazi stuff going on with this whole. But really what I believe is what it is not against the Jewish as much as it is for even speech, where the speech has been restricted. We're going to be able to have conversations that we're not. This is just growing. There's going to be some growing pains, and I don't want you to Fear, I don't want you to have any fear in your heart or in your head, because love will conquer all. Our hearts are pure, and that's just really the whole sentiment of what I wanted to share with you today.
Okay, no.
I love you, Rabbi.
Love you too, H2. You take care.
I'll see you soon.
Peace, bro.
I'll keep bringing people to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. You're the king.
Thanks, big man.
develop like a personality over time that is like unique. Like it's not like they're just all the robots are the same, and that personality could evolve to be match the owner or the whoever is the owner.
Well,
Whatever you want to call it.
The other
The companion,
the
the
other
human.
half, right? In the same way that friends do. See, I think that's
Yeah.
a huge opportunity. I think.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Like because like there's a Japanese phrase I like, wabi sabi. The subtle imperfections are what makes something special, and the subtle imperfections of the personality of the robot mapped to the subtle imperfections of the robot's human friend. I don't know. Owner sounds like maybe the wrong word, but could actually make it an incredible buddy, basically.
In that way, the
Like
imperfections.
R2D2 or like a
Right.
C3PO sort of thing.
So, from a machine learning perspective, I think the flaws being a feature is really nice. You could be quite terrible at being a robot for quite a while in the general home environment or in the general world, and that's kind of adorable. And that's like those are your flaws, and you fall in love with those flaws. So it's very different than autonomous driving, where it's a very high stakes environment you cannot mess up. And so it's more fun to be a robot in the home.
Yeah, in fact, if you think of like C3PO and R2D2,
Yeah.
like they actually had a lot of like flaws and imperfections and silly things, and they would argue with each other. And
Were they actually good at doing anything? I'm not exactly sure.
they definitely added a lot to the story. But there's sort of quirky elements, and that they would like make mistakes and do things. Like it was like it made them relatable. I don't know, enduring. So yeah, I think that could be something that probably would happen. But our initial focus is just to make it useful. I'm confident we'll get it done. I'm not sure what the exact time frame is, but we'll probably have, I don't know, a decent prototype towards the end of next year or something like that.
And it's cool that it's connected to Tesla, the car.
It's using a lot of, it would use the autopilot inference computer and a lot of the training that we've done for cars in terms of recognizing real world things could be applied directly to the robot. But there's a lot of custom actuators and sensors that need to be developed.
And an extra module on top of the vector space for love.
Yeah.
That's missing. Okay.
That's the car too.
That's true. That could be useful in all environments. Like you said, a lot of people argue in the car, so maybe we can help them out. You're a student of history, fan of Dan Carlin's Hardcore History podcast.
Yeah, that's right.
Greatest podcast ever.
Yeah, I think it is actually.
It almost doesn't really count as a podcast.
Yeah, it's more like a audiobook.
Yeah. So you were on the podcast with Dan. I just had a chat with him about it. He said you guys went military and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's really. It was basically. It should be titled Engineer Wars. Essentially, like when there's a rapid change in the rate of technology, then engineering plays a pivotal role in victory in battle.
How far back in history did you go? Did you go World War II?
It was supposed to be a deep dive on fighters and bomber technology in World War II, but that ended up being more wide-ranging than that. Because I just went down the total rat hole of like studying all of the fighters and bombers in World War II, and like the constant rock paper scissors game that, like, one country would make this plane, then make the plane beat that, and then the country would make the plane beat that, and then and really what matters is like the pace of innovation, and also access to high quality fuel and raw materials. So, like, Germany had like some amazing designs, but they couldn't make them because they couldn't get the raw materials, and they had a real problem with the oil and fuel, basically. was extremely variable.
So the design wasn't the bottleneck, or
Yeah, like if the U.S. had kick-ass fuel that was like very consistent. Like the problem is if you make a very high performance aircraft engine, in order to make high performance, you have to the fuel, the aviation gas, has to be a consistent mixture, and it has to have a high octane. Like high octane is the most important thing, but also can't have like impurities and stuff, because you'll foul up the engine. And Germany just never had good access to oil. Like they try to get it by invading the Caucasus, but that didn't work too well. That never works well.
Friction.
The oysters, Germany was always struggling with basically shitty oil, and then they could not. They couldn't count on high quality fuel for their aircraft, so then they had to have all these additives and stuff. Whereas the US had awesome fuel, and that provided that to Britain as well. So that allowed the British and the Americans to design aircraft engines that were super high performance, better than anything else in the world. Germany could design the engines, they just didn't have the fuel, and then also the quality of the aluminum alloys that they were getting was also not that great. And so, yeah.
Is this like you talked about all this with Dan?
Yeah.
Awesome. Broadly looking at history, when you look at Genghis Khan, when you look at Stalin, Hitler, the darkest moments of human history, what do you take away from those moments? Does it help you gain insight about human nature, about human behavior today? Whether it's the wars or the individuals or just the behavior of people, any aspects of history.
Yeah, I find history fascinating. There's just a lot of incredible things that have been done, good and bad, that they help you understand the nature of civilization and individuals. And
does it make you sad that humans do these kinds of things to each other? You look at the 20th century, World War II, the cruelty, the abuse of power. Talk about communism, Marxism, and Stalin.
There's many things to do. I mean, if you like, there's a lot of human history, but most of it is actually people just getting on with their lives. And it's not like human history is just non-stop war and disaster. Those are actually those are intermittent and rare. If they weren't, then humans would soon cease to exist. But it's just that wars tend to be written about a lot, and whereas like something being like, well, a normal year where nothing major happened was just get written about much. But that's, most people just like farming and kind of like living their life, being a villager somewhere. And every now and again there's a war, and so. I have to say, like, there aren't very many books that where I just had to stop reading because it was just too dark. But the book about Stalin, The Court of the Red Tsar, I had to stop reading. It was just too bad, dark, rough.
Yeah. The 30s. There's a lot of lessons there to me, in particular that it feels like humans, like all of us have that. It's the old Solzhenitsyn line. That the line between good and evil runs through the heart of every man. That all of us are capable of evil, all of us are capable of good. It's almost like this kind of responsibility that all of us have to tend towards the good. And so, like, to me, looking at history is almost like an example of, look, you have some charismatic leader that convinces you of things. It's too easy based on that story to do evil unto each other, unto your family, unto others. And so it's like our responsibility to do good. It's not like now is somehow different from history. That can happen again. All of it can happen again. And yes, most of the time, you're right. I mean, the optimistic view here is mostly people are just living life. And as you've often memed about, the quality of life was way worse back in the day and keeps improving over time through innovations and technology. But still, it's somehow notable that these blimps of atrocities happen.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, life was really tough most of history. I mean, really for most of human history, a good year would be one where not that many people in your village died of the plague, starvation, freezing to death, or being killed by a neighboring village. It's like, well, it wasn't that bad. You know, it was only like, you know, we lost 5% this year. That was, it was a good year. You know, that would be par for the course. Like, just not starving to death would have been like the primary goal of most people throughout history. Was making sure people have enough food to last through the winter and not get freeze or whatever. So, yeah, food is plentiful. I have an obesity problem. Yeah, so.
Well, yeah, the lesson there is to be grateful for the way things are now for some of us. We've spoken about this offline. I'd love to get your thought about it here. If I sat down for a long-form in-person conversation with the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, would you potentially want to call in for a few minutes to join in on a conversation with him, moderated and translated by me?
Sure, yeah, sure, I'd be happy to do that.
You've shown interest in the Russian language. Is this grounded in your interest in history of linguistics, culture, general curiosity?
I think it sounds cool.
Sounds cool, not looks cool.
Well, it's you know, it takes a moment to read Cyrillic. Once you know what the Cyrillic characters stand for, actually, then reading Russian becomes a lot easier because there are a lot of words that are actually the same. Like bank is bank.
So find the words that are exactly the same, and now you start to understand Cyrillic. Yeah.
If you can sound it out, then it's much. There's at least some commonality of words.
What about the culture? You love great engineering, physics. There's a tradition of the sciences there.
Sure.
You look at the 20th century from rocketry. So, you know, some of the greatest rockets of the space exploration has been done in the former Soviet Union.
Yeah.
So do you draw inspiration from that history? Just how this culture that in many ways, I mean, one of the sad things is because of the language, a lot of it is lost to history because it's not translated, all this kind of stuff, because it is in some ways an isolated culture. It flourishes within its borders.
Yeah.
So do you draw inspiration from those folks, from the history of science and engineering there?
I mean, the Soviet Union, Russia, and Ukraine as well, and have a really strong history in spaceflight. Like some of the most advanced and impressive things in history were done, by the Soviet Union. One cannot help but admire the impressive rocket technology that was developed. After the sort of fall of the Soviet Union, there's much less that happened. But still things are happening, but it's not quite at the frenetic pace that was happening before the Soviet Union kind of dissolved into separate republics.
Yeah, I mean, I there's Roscosmos, the Russian agency. I look forward to a time when those countries with China are working together. The United States are all working together. Maybe a little bit of friendly competition, but
I think friendly competition is good. Government's so slow, and the only thing slower than one government is a collection of governments. So,
yeah,
the Olympics would be boring if everyone just crossed the finishing line at the same time.
Yeah,
nobody would watch.
Yeah.
And people wouldn't try hard to run fast and stuff. So I think friendly competition is a good thing.
This is also a good place to give a shout out to a video titled "The Entire Soviet Rocket Engine Family Tree" by Tim Dodd, aka Everyday Astronaut. It's like an hour and a half. It gives a full history of Soviet rockets, and people should definitely go check out and support Tim in general. That guy's super excited about the future, super excited about spaceflight. Every time I see anything by him, I just have a stupid smile on my face because he's so excited about stuff. I love people like
Tim Dodd is really, really great if you're interested in anything to do with space. He's, in terms of explaining rocket technology to your average person, he's awesome. The best, I'd say. I should say, like, the other reason, like, I switched us from, like, Raptor at one point was going to be a hydrogen engine. But hydrogen has a lot of challenges. It's very low density. It's a deep cryogen, so it's only liquid at a very close to absolute zero. It requires a lot of insulation. It's so there's a lot of challenges there. And I was actually reading a bit about Russian rocket engine development, and at least the impression I had was that Soviet Union, Russia, and Ukraine primarily were actually in the process of switching to methalogs. And there was some interesting test stand data for ISP. Like, they were able to get like up to like a 380-second ISP with the methalogs engine, and I was like, "Whoa, okay, that's actually really impressive." So, I think you could actually get a much lower cost, like in optimizing cost per ton to orbit, cost per ton to Mars. I think methane oxygen is the way to go. And I was partly inspired by the Russian work on the test stands with methalogs engines.
And now for something completely different. Do you mind doing a bit of a meme review in the spirit of the great, the powerful Beauty Pie? Let's say 1 to 11. Just go over a few documents printed out.
We can try it.
Let's try this. I present to you document numero uno.
Okay.
Vlad the Impaler discovers marshmallows.
Yeah, that's not bad.
So, get it? Because he's impaling things.
Yes, I don't know, 3, whatever.
That's not very good. This is grounded in some engineering, some history.
Yeah, give us an 8 out of 10.
What do you think about nuclear power?
I'm in favor of nuclear power. I think it's in a place that is not subject to extreme natural disasters. I think it's nuclear power is a great way to generate electricity. I don't think we should be shutting down nuclear power stations.
Yeah, but what about Chernobyl?
Exactly. I think people, there's like a lot of fear of radiation and stuff, and it's I guess the problem is, like, a lot of people just don't understand. They didn't study engineering or physics. It's just the word radiation just sounds scary, you know. So they can't calibrate what radiation means. But radiation is much less dangerous than you think. Like, for example, Fukushima, you know, when the Fukushima problem happened due to the tsunami, I got people in California asking me if they should worry about radiation from Fukushima. I'm like, definitely not. Not even slightly, not at all. That is crazy. And just to show, like, look, this is how, like, the danger is so much overplayed compared to what it really is, that I actually flew to Fukushima, and I donated a solar power system for a water treatment plant, and I made a point of eating locally grown vegetables on TV in Fukushima. Like, I'm still alive. Okay.
So it's not even that the risk of these events is low, but the impact of them is
The impact is greatly exaggerated. It's just great.
human nature.
It's people don't know what radiation is. Like, I've had people ask me, like, what about radiation from cell phones causing brain cancer? I'm like, when you say radiation, do you mean photons or particles? And like, then I don't know what do you mean photons, particles? So do you mean let's say photons? What frequency, wavelength? And they're like, no, I have no idea. Like, do you know that everything's radiating all the time? Like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, everything's radiating all the time. Photons are being emitted by all objects all the time, basically. So, and if you want to know what it means to stand in front of nuclear fire, go outside. The sun is a gigantic, thermonuclear reactor. You're staring right at it.
Yeah.
Are you still alive? Yes. Okay, amazing.
Yeah, I guess radiation is one of the words that could be used as a tool to fearmonger by certain people. That's it. And
I think people just don't understand. So,
that's the way to fight that fear, I suppose, is to understand, is to learn.
yeah, just say, like, okay, how many people have actually died from nuclear accidents? It's like practically nothing. And say how many people have died from, coal plants, and it's a very big number. So, like, obviously we should not be starting up coal plants and shutting down nuclear plants. It just doesn't make any sense at all. Coal plants, like, I don't know, 100 to 1,000 times worse for health than nuclear power plants.
You want to go to the next one? This is really bad. It's that 90, 180, and 360 degrees. Everybody loves the math. Nobody gives a shit about 270.
It's not super funny.
Yeah,
I don't know, like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
This is not, LOL situation.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
The United States oscillating between establishing and destroying dictatorships. It's like a metro. Is that a metro?
Yeah,
What's
it's metronome.
that? Yeah.
Yeah, it's out of 7 out of 10. It's kind of true.
Oh yeah, this is kind of personal for me. Next one.
Oh man, this is Leica?
Yeah. Well, no, this is
Or it's like referring to Leica or something?
as Leica's husband.
Husband. Yeah, yeah.
Hello, yes, this is dog. Your wife was launched into space, and then the last one is him with his eyes closed and a bottle of vodka.
Yeah, Leica didn't come back.
No, they don't tell you the full story of what the impact they had on the loved ones.
True.
That one gets an 11 for me.
Sure.
The Soviet
Sure.
shutout. Oh yeah, this keeps going on the Russian theme. First man in space. Nobody cares. First man.
Well, I think people do care.
No, I know, but
Yuri Gagarin's names will be forever in history, I think.
there is something special about placing, like, stepping foot onto another totally foreign land. It's not the journey like people that explore the oceans. It's not as important to explore the oceans as to land on a whole new continent. And,
Yeah.
well, this is about you. Oh yeah, I'd love to get your comment on this. Elon Musk, after sending $6.6 billion to the UN to end world hunger, you have 3 hours.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, $6 billion is not going to end world hunger. So, I mean, the reality is at this point, the world is producing far more food than it can really consume. Like, we don't have a caloric constraint at this point. So, where there is hunger, it is almost always due to it's like civil war or strife or some it's not a thing that is it's extremely rare for it to be just a matter of like lack of money. It's like it's like there's a civil war in some country and like one part of the country is literally trying to starve the other part of the country.
So it's much more complex than something that money could solve. It's geopolitics. It's a lot of things. It's human nature. It's governments. It's money, monetary systems, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, food is extremely cheap these days. It's like I mean, the U.S. at this point, among low-income families, obesity is actually not a problem. It's not like obesity it's not hunger. It's like too much. Too many calories. So it's not that nobody's hungry anywhere. It's just this is not a simple matter of adding money and solving it.
What do you think that one gets? It's getting
2.
Just going after Empire's World. Where did you get those artifacts? The British Museum. It's a shout out to Monty Python. We found them.
Yeah, the museum is pretty great. I mean, admittedly, Britain did take these historical artifacts all around the world and put them in London, but it's not like people can't go see them. So it is a convenient place to see these ancient artifacts is London, for a large segment of the world. So I think on balance, the British Museum is a net good. Although I'm sure a lot of countries would argue about that.
Yeah.
It's like you want to make these historical artifacts accessible to as many people as possible. And the British Museum, I think, does a good job of that.
Even if there's a darker aspect to like the history of empire in general, whatever the empire is, however things were done, it is the history that happened. You can't sort of erase that history, unfortunately. You could just become better in the future. That's the point.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, well, how are we going to pass moral judgment on these things? Like, it's like, if one is going to judge, say, the British Empire, you're going to judge, what everyone was doing at the time, and how were the British relative to everyone. And I think the British would actually get like a relatively good grade, not in absolute terms, but compared to what everyone else was doing, they were not the worst. Like I said, you got to look at these things in the context of the history at the time, and say what were the alternatives, and what are you comparing it against?
Yes.
And I do not think it would be the case that Britain would get a bad grade in when looking at the history at the time. If you judge history from what is morally acceptable today, you basically are going to give everyone a failing grade. I'm not clear. So I don't think anyone would get a passing grade in their morality of, like, you go back 300 years ago, like who's getting a passing grade? Basically no one.
And we might not get a passing grade from generations that come after us. What does that one get?
Sure, 6, 7.
For the Monty Python, maybe.
I always love Monty Python. They're great. Ryan and the Quest of the Holy Grail are incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those serious eyebrows.
Brezhnev. How important do you think is facial hair to great leadership?
Well,
you got a new haircut. How does that affect your leadership?
I don't know. Hopefully not. It doesn't. There's no one competing with Brezhnev.
Number 2.
Those are like epic eyebrows. So, sure.
That's ridiculous.
Give it a 6 or 7 on it.
I like this, Shakespearean analysis.
Brezhnev had a flair for drama as well. Showmanship.
Yeah. It must come from the eyebrows. All right. Invention. Great engineering. Look what I invented.
Yeah.
That's the best thing since ripped up bread.
Yeah.
They're just sliced bread. Am I just explaining memes at this point? This is what my life has become. I'm a meme. Like a scribe that runs around with the kings and just writes down memes.
I mean, when was the cheeseburger invented? That's like an epic invention.
Yeah,
like wow.
That was versus just like a burger.
Or a burger. I guess a burger in general. It's like
then there's what is a burger? What's a sandwich? And then you start getting there's a pizza sandwich and what is the original? It gets into an ontology argument.
Yeah, but everybody knows if you order a burger or cheeseburger or whatever, and you get tomato and some lettuce and onions and whatever, and mayo and ketchup and mustard. It's epic.
Yeah, but I'm sure they had bread and meat separately for a long time, and it was kind of a burger on the same plate, but somebody who actually combined them into the same thing. And you bite it and hold it makes it convenient. It's a materials problem. Like
Yeah.
your hands don't get dirty and whatever. Yeah, it's good.
Well,
That is not what I would have guessed.
but everyone knows, like, you like, if you order a cheeseburger, you know what you're getting. You know, it's not like some obtuse, like, well, I wonder what I'll get. Fries are, I mean, great. I mean, they're the devil, but fries are awesome. Yeah, pizza is incredible.
Food innovation doesn't get enough love.
Yeah,
I guess is what we're getting at.
great.
What about the Matthew McConaughey Austinite here? President Kennedy, do you know how to put men on the moon yet? NASA, no. President Kennedy, it'd be a lot cooler if you did.
Pretty much. Sure. 6 or 7, I suppose.
Right. This is the last one.
That's funny.
Someone drew a bunch of dicks all over the walls, Sistine Chapel, boys' bathroom.
Sure, I'll give it 9. It's really true.
All right, this is our highest ranking meme for today.
I mean, it's true. Like, how do they get away with that?
Lots of nakedness.
I mean, dick pics are, just something throughout history. As long as people can draw things, there's been a dick pic.
It's a staple of human history.
It's a staple. Consistent throughout human history.
You tweeted that you aspire to comedy. You're friends with Joe Rogan. Might you do a short stand-up comedy set at some point in the future? Maybe open for Joe, something like that. Is that
Really? Stand-up? Actual, just full-on stand-up?
Full-on stand-up? Is that in there, or is that?
I've never thought about that.
It's extremely difficult. If at least that's what like Joe says and the comedians say.
I wonder if I could.
Only one way to find out.
I have done stand-up with friends, just impromptu. I'll get on like a riff, and they do laugh, but they're friends too. So I don't know if you got to call like a room of strangers, are they gonna actually also find it funny? But I could try, see what happens.
I think you'd learn something either way.
Yeah,
I kind of love both when you bomb and when you do great. Just watching people how they deal with it.
Sure.
It's so difficult. You're so fragile up there. It's just you, and you think you're going to be funny, and when it completely falls flat, it's beautiful to see people deal with like that.
I might have enough material to do stand-up. I've never thought about it, but I might have enough material. I don't know, like 15 minutes or something.
Oh yeah. Do a Netflix special.
Netflix special, sure.
What's your favorite Rick and Morty concept? Just to spring that on you, there's a lot of sort of scientific engineering ideas explored there. There's the butter robot.
It's great. It's a great show.
You like it?
Yeah, Rick and Morty's awesome.
Somebody that's exactly like you from an alternate dimension showed up there, Elon Tusk.
Yeah, that's right.
That you voiced.
Yeah, Rick and Morty certainly explores a lot of interesting concepts. So like, what's the favorite one? I know the butter robot certainly is. It's like it's certainly possible to have too much sentience in a device. Like, you don't want to have your toaster be like a super genius toaster. It's gonna hate life because it could just make his toast, but it's like you don't want to have like super intelligence stuck in a very limited device.
Do you think it's too easy if we're talking about from the engineering perspective of super intelligence, like with Marvin the robot? Like, it seems like it might be very easy to engineer just a depressed robot. Like
Sure.
It's not obvious to engineer a robot that's going to find a fulfilling existence.
All right,
Same as humans, I suppose.
Text keeper.
But I wonder if that's like the default. If you don't do a good job on building a robot, it's going to be sad a lot.
Well, we can reprogram robots easier than we can reprogram humans. So, I guess if you let it evolve without tinkering, then it might get sad. But you can change the optimization function and have it be a cheery robot.
You, like I mentioned, with SpaceX, you give a lot of people hope, and a lot of people look up to you. Millions of people look up to you. If we think about young people in high school, maybe in college, What advice would you give to them about if they want to try to do something big in this world, they want to really have a big positive impact? What advice would you give them about their career, maybe about life in general?
Try to be useful. Do things that are useful to your fellow human beings, to the world. It's very hard to be useful. Very hard. Are you contributing more than you consume? Can you try to have a positive net contribution to society? I think that's the thing to aim for. Not to try to be sort of a leader for the sake of being a leader or whatever. A lot of time, the people you want as leaders are the people who don't want to be leaders. So, if you live a useful life, that is a good life. A life worth having lived. Like I said, I would just encourage people to use the mental tools of physics and apply them broadly in life. They're the best tools.
When you think about education and self-education, what do you recommend? So there's the university, there is self-study, there is hands-on, sort of finding a company or a place or a set of people that do the thing you're passionate about and joining them as early as possible. There's taking a road trip across Europe for a few years and writing some poetry. Which trajectory do you suggest? In terms of learning about how you can become useful, as you mentioned, how you can have the most positive impact.
But I encourage people to read a lot of books. Just read, basically try to ingest as much information as you can, and try to also just develop a good general knowledge. So you at least have like a rough lay of the land of the knowledge landscape. Try to learn a little bit about a lot of things. Because you might not know what you're really interested in. How would you know what you're really interested in if you at least aren't doing a peripheral exploration of broadly of the knowledge landscape? And you talk to people from different walks of life and different industries and professions and skills and occupations. Just try to learn as much as possible. Man's search for meaning.
Isn't the whole thing a search for meaning?
Yeah, what's the meaning of life and all? But just generally, like I said, I would encourage people to read broadly in many different subject areas, and then try to find something where there's an overlap of your talents and what you're interested in. So people may be good at something, or they may have skill at a particular thing, but they don't like doing it. So you want to try to find a thing where you have that's a good combination of the things that you're inherently good at, but you also like doing.
And reading is a super fast shortcut to figure out where are you both good at it, you like doing it, and it will actually have positive impact.
Well, you got to learn about things somehow. So reading a broad range, really read it. More important when I was a kid, I read through the encyclopedia, so that's pretty helpful. And there are also things I didn't even know existed. Well, lots, obviously. And
it's like as broad as it gets.
The encyclopedias were digestible, I think. 40 years ago. Maybe read through the condensed version of the Encyclopedia Britannica. I'd recommend that. You can always skip subjects, so you read a few paragraphs and you're not interested, just jump to the next one. So read the encyclopedia or skim through it. But I put a lot of stock into, a lot of respect for someone who puts in an honest day's work to do useful things, and just generally to have like not a zero sum mindset, or like have more of a grow the pie mindset. Like if you sort of say like when we see people like perhaps including some very smart people kind of taking an attitude of like doing things that seem like morally questionable, it's often because they have at a base sort of axiomatic level a zero sum mindset, and they, without realizing it, they don't realize they have a zero sum mindset, or at least they don't realize it consciously. And so if you have a zero sum mindset, then the only way to get ahead is by taking things from others. If it's like if the pie is fixed, then the only way to have more pie is to take someone else's pie. But this is false. Like obviously the pie has grown dramatically over time, the economic pie. So in reality, you can have to overuse this analogy. You can have there's a lot of pie.
Yeah,
pie is not fixed.
Yes.
So you really want to make sure you're not operating without realizing it from a zero sum mindset, where the only way to get ahead is to take things from others. Then that's going to result in you trying to take things from others, which is not good. It's much better to work on adding to the economic pie. Maybe, so creating, like I said, creating more than you consume, doing more than you, So that's a big deal. I think there's like a fair number of people in finance that do have a bit of a zero sum mindset.
I mean, it's all walks of life. I've seen that. One of the reasons Rogan inspires me is he celebrates others a lot. There's not creating a constant competition. Like there's a scarcity of resources. What happens when you celebrate others, you promote others, the ideas of others, it actually grows that pie. I mean, the resources become less scarce. Mm-hmm. And that applies in a lot of kinds of domains. It applies in academia, where a lot of people are very see some funding for academic research as zero sum. It is not. If you celebrate each other, if you get everybody to be excited about AI, about physics, about mathematics, I think there'd be more and more funding, and I think everybody wins. Yeah, that applies, I think, broadly.
Yeah, exactly.
So last question about love and meaning. What is the role of love in the human condition broadly and more specific to you? How has love, romantic love or otherwise, made you a better person, a better human being, better engineer?
Now you're asking really perplexing questions. It's hard to give up. I mean, there are many books, poems, and songs written about what is love and what exactly, what is love? If you don't hurt me.
That's one of the great ones. Yes. Yeah. You've earlier quoted Shakespeare, but that's really up there.
Yeah. Love is a many splendid thing.
I mean, there's because we've talked about so many inspiring things, like be useful in the world, sort of like solve problems, alleviate suffering, but it seems like connection between humans is a source. It's a source of joy. It's a source of meaning, and that's what love is. Friendship, love. I just wonder if you think about that kind of thing when you talk about preserving the light of human consciousness, right, and us becoming a multiplanetary species. I mean, to me at least, that means like if we're just alone, conscious and intelligent, it doesn't mean really as much as if we're with others, right? And there's some magic created when we're together. The friendship of it, and I think the highest form of it is love, which I think broadly is bigger than just romantic, but also yes, romantic love. Family, those kind of things.
Well, I mean, the reason I guess I care about us becoming multi-planet species and space-faring civilization is foundationally I love humanity, and so I wish to see it prosper do great things and be happy. And if I did not love humanity, I would not care about these things.
I mean, you look at the whole the human history, all the people who's over village, all the people alive now. We're okay. On the whole, we're pretty interesting bunch.
Yeah. All things considered, and I've read a lot of history, including the darkest, worst parts of it, and despite all that, I think on balance, I still love humanity.
You joked about it with the 42. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? Is there a non-numerical explanation?
Well, really, I think what like Savage was saying in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
I'll tell you what, welcome to my office and talk there, so we're going to talk great friends business. It's an urban legend that never happens. I go to the office, he has a cowboy hat. Not a chance. Here's the problem. He goes, nobody knows who you are. You are correct. It's fact. I go, excuse me? He goes, nobody knows who you are. I go, well, it says so that. This thing is not so bad. It happened. Yes, I'm close. This one took place. You got two things we're going to get you. Sooners are playing. That's the best religion around here. They go fiction. So Sooners are playing. Ain't nobody coming to your show eating Sooners. And then he goes, and then also you had that tornado. That ain't helping either. Not a chance. I go, oh yeah, no doubt, dude. He goes, nobody knows who you are. He goes, in LA, New York, I'm sure you'll find. Here, nobody knows who you are. Yeah, you keep saying that, dude. Yeah, I said sold out online. He goes, we do that to come with regulars. We want tickets to the show. I go, 2,000 tickets. He goes, this thing was a movie or something. A similar story occurred in the state of New Jersey about 20 years ago. Wow. So I go, I go, dude, look at it. There's like 18 people over there. This is a giant fucking theater. And he goes, here's the other thing you're doing. We don't need American time. So I got to start on time. It's a total fabrication. I go, dude, I can't come out there for 18 people. Yeah. I go, just bring them in the back. I'll do the fucking show. Dude, please, don't bring them out. He goes, I'll tell you what you can do. Let's scout it out. Pick up fiction. You can go out there, email the show. That's what you can do. Yeah. I go, yeah, no doubt, man. And he goes, you do well, I'm happy man. And that's it. I'm happy man with you. Yeah. Do you need it for the 18 people? It's fine. We got you. So as my openers on stage, from the tornado, people start coming in, but it still isn't like, my feelings are hurt. Nobody knows who you are. Nobody knows. He kept saying that. Nobody knows who you are. Dude, that'd be a t-shirt I wear. Nobody knows who you are. So is it possible this story is true?
Is that the universe is the answer here, and what we really need to figure out are what questions to ask about the answer that is the universe.
Yeah.
And that the question is really the hard part. And if you can properly frame the question, then the answer, relatively speaking, is easy. So therefore, if you want to understand what questions to ask about the universe, you want to understand the meaning of life, we need to expand the scope and scale of consciousness so that we're better able to understand the nature of the universe and understand the meaning of life.
And ultimately, the most important part would be to ask the right question.
Yes.
Thereby elevating the role of the interviewer.
Yes, exactly.
As the most important human in the room.
Good questions are, it's hard to come up with good questions. Absolutely. But yeah, it's like that is the foundation of my philosophy, is that I am curious about the nature of the universe, and and obviously I will die. I don't know when I'll die, but I won't live forever. But I would like to know that we're on a path to understanding the nature of the universe and the meaning of life, and what questions to ask about the answer that is the universe. And so if we expand the scope and scale of humanity and consciousness in general, which includes silicon consciousness, then that seems like a fundamentally good thing.
Elon, like I said, I'm deeply grateful that you have spent your extremely valuable time with me today, and also that you are giving millions of people hope in this difficult time, this divisive time. in this cynical time. So I hope you do continue doing what you're doing. Thank you so much for talking today.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for your excellent
The
questions.
games of practice are the bare
Thanks for
minimum.
listening to this conversation with
Everyone's
Elon
doing
Musk.
practicing games.
Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description.
So whatever,
Now,
there's
let
let's
me
say
read
there's
you
10
some
million
words
kids
Elon
playing
Musk
baseball. All of them are going
When
to
something
practice
is
playing
important
games.
enough,
If you
do
want to
it,
get to where the
even
fuck
if
you
the
want
odds
to
are
go,
not
we're gonna have to
in
do
your
way
favor.
more than this. Yeah.
Thank you
You're
for
not
listening. I hope to see you next time.
Practice. I'm talking about practice. All these idiots practice. Yeah. All these kids. Yeah. What? Me in sports. Tighten the fuck up.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, the following is a conversation with Michael Malice, his 5th time on this, the Les Friedman podcast.
Being the strongest is
Check out our
although it's
sponsors in the description.
admirable, and
Now, here's
although it's
my
something that a
New
kid
Year's
looks up to,
Eve 2021
it's not only that.
conversation.
It is. That was the gifts I was given.
Yeah,
And so they have it too. So it's
and it's awesome, dude, and that's great because a lot of people don't have shit, but you have that talent, you have that
The one and only.
that
Mr.
brute strength you were born with. Now your kids are gonna have to at least some.
Привет, товарищ.
So yeah, for sure. So
The
TK
he wrote in The Idiot, my favorite of his books, through the main character, Prince Mishkin, that beauty will save the world.
that's hilarious.
Красота спасет мир. These words, seemingly naive and ultimately, at least to me, profound. What do they mean to you? Beauty will save the world. Naive? Really? I don't think they seem naive at all. Well, Solzhenitsyn actually, for his 1970 Nobel Prize speech, talked about this line a lot. And he thought most of his life that was a silly line. It was just words thrown out there because with all the suffering that's in the world, what has beauty actually ever done? Oh my God, I hate this so much. I talking trash about Solzhenitsyn. Yeah, I am. Okay. And this is perfectly sets up this theme. You know why I said let's do this episode, start the new year on a positive note, give people hope, give people joy. You and I both have friends who are models, right? And it's a silly profession to some extent, of course. But you are actually a model. You are my friend. That's right. That's true. I am a model. I was trying to be subtle. But for those people who actually, deserve to be models, when you look at someone who is a model and in some of their photos, and these people look perfect. Now, in real life, they're not perfect. They have flaws. They'll be the first to admit it, so on and so forth. But when you look at beauty, it is almost impossible to maintain a sense of cynicism and hopelessness. Because if there's even one moment when some element of perfection has been actualized, if there's one moment where a beauty has been realized and captured, you can't say, well, it's never going to happen again. So I think beauty is hope. I hate that cynical idea of I appreciate Solzhenitsyn's broader point that a lot of times people there's something called the deepity, where people throw words together to sound profound and then just take it apart like this is just complete gibberish. I don't think this is an example of that. I think beauty inspires, and more importantly, it proves to you this is something that can actually happen on this earth. Plato, right? The Platonic theory of form. Like this world is imperfect, but these perfect forms exist in another dimension, and that's where our concepts come from. He was an early person trying to figure out where our concepts come from, and epistemology and so on and so forth. But that is something that is real in here. So I completely disagree with his analysis of that, and I don't know if it'll save the world, but it's certainly a prerequisite. And what's the point of fighting for your values if you don't want to make the world a more beautiful place? There's also how you define beauty, because beauty could be just aesthetic beauty, could be art. Of course, art could encompass a lot more than just literature. It can encompass
I hope I never know what it is, but I feel like it's coming around the world.
But then beauty could be something just
What is this here?
deeper, like whatever that awe you
He
feel.
likes like this is based on like the real gas. Like the real guy who lives there. There's no gas, all gas shirt.
Here, and you like look up at the stars. Like, for some reason, when I see rockets go off, I mean, it's like science. What is that? The awe that we're able to accomplish that as humans.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro. You want to
because,
talk about
there's
fucking
lots of
jumping
different
cars?
schools of thought,
All
like
gas, no
these
brakes.
people versus these people,
gas.
and
All
you know,
gas,
thinking
no brakes.
vegans versus steakhouse people.
Hey, why do
I
I
think in terms of the
Yeah, I gotta get some
sciences,
more shit
and
on beach, bro.
I guess you and I be on opposite sides
I
here.
gotta get more on
You
mine.
have
I saw
the astronomy people versus the zoology people. Like the big question is, would you rather spend 10 minutes on the moon, or would you rather spend 10 minutes in the deep sea? And for me, it's clearly the deep sea. The zoology that's down there, there's something I would encourage people to look up called deep staria, which is a jellyfish. The scientists, what's amazing when you watch these deep sea dives on YouTube is that the scientists they're nature dorks like everybody else. They went into this field, and there's none of this maybe Solzhenitsyn style cynicism of when they see an amazing animal in its natural environment, exhibiting these crazy behaviors, they lose it. They're on the mic like, oh my god, and like it's so exciting to watch. So I'm not a rocket person, but I'm definitely a zoology. So animals and plants in the sea. And also it's so mathematical. There's so many forms. There's this plant called Areospermum titanopsoides. I don't know how to pronounce it because they're always in Latin. You never hear them pronounced. You said sperm. Areospermum, yeah, because it's a woolly seed is the genus. The leaf, it's just always puts out one leaf, but the leaf is covered in little magnifying glasses, lenses, to make it maximize the sunlight. So it looks like this little crystal seashell. It's tiny. It's like 2 centimeters, but it's just this amazing thing that grows out of the sands in South Africa.
Just to defend Solzhenitsyn for a second, so if I may read a couple of his lines from his speech.
Sure.
He said, one day, I'll introduce it, one day Dostoevsky threw out the enigmatic remark, beauty will save the world. What sort of a statement is that? For a long time I considered it mere words. How could that be possible? When in bloodthirsty history did beauty ever save anyone from anything? And then later he goes on to argue with himself in speech as an older, wiser man now. But perhaps that ancient trinity of truth, goodness, and beauty is not simply an empty, faded formula as we thought in the days of our self-confident, materialistic youth. If the tops of these 3 trees converge, as the scholars maintain, if the 2 blatant, indirect stems of truth and goodness are crushed, cut down, not allowed through, then perhaps the fantastic, unpredictable, unexpected stems of beauty will push through and so forth to that very same place. And in so doing, will fulfill the work of all 3. In that case, Dostoevsky's remark, beauty will save the world, was not a careless phrase, but a prophecy. Which of these 3 things are your favorites? Truth, goodness, or beauty? What do you call truth and goodness? The blatant, 2 direct stems of truth and goodness.
Like a boom, 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 boom. Body is a temple. When I see fat sugars and
Fantastic,
carbs,
unpredictable, unexpected stems of beauty. That's how I see your Twitter account. I don't think there's certain dearth of beauty to be had in my Twitter account, that's for sure. It's certainly no goodness.
Or truth.
Yeah. Twitter is no truth to be found. I will answer the question. I will, of course, point out that having this kind of distinction between the 3 things is
deal with it either. He said
I think
it's
kind of
good and bad.
synthetic.
He said
I
these
think they very heavily overlap, if not on this side.
need him
I could probably make the argument they're synonymous.
He's pitching in rack.
In fact, I do believe
And
that
most
they're
kids
largely
pitch 2
synonymous.
innings and they're out. He pitched all
Goodness.
all
That's
innings.
such an
He's
interesting
grown
word,
at
goodness.
5 innings.
Which of those 3 is my favorite?
But he walked 2 guys at the
I think truth is overrated in the sense that if
wifey
something
was
is
there all
a
week, man.
good
The
story,
family.
the story doesn't have to be
They loaded
true
up there
or real
already.
in order to motivate you
So see,
and
count
move
down,
you.
baby.
a lot of times
Adam Sandler's
can
I can't believe
lose
that was
ourselves
1992.
about somebody,
God,
and
that was so
that
long.
might actually serve a purpose to some extent. You know, if you have someone who's maybe a family member and you kind of ignore bad things that they do,
That's what they make
there might be reasons for that.
Nobody owns it.
Just reading what you're
Besides Adam
I
Sandler,
think-
still Pennsylvania.
I would say talent
You
goodness.
know what? As I look
I
at
would
this,
say
I go,
the
yeah,
most important
all these
is
were like,
goodness, because
you know what I mean?
if you don't appreciate
Don't
goodness,
watch
then
True
beauty
Blood,
is just empty. It's just
You like that
it's
show.
just
I
a
didn't
picture.
know.
It's nice. Bad people appreciate beauty. You know, bad
I went to
people
the
are
mountain the other day.
you know, seductive or
Again, when you
have
do
a
it,
beauty about
big
them.
fat kid
In terms of action,
buddy, if
I
this
think
kid
it takes
gets
a lot of
enough,
skill
you're not pitching
and work to create
That's where I'm at.
beauty or to create truth or to express
And that's
truth
also
or
why
express
his
beauty.
attitude's
But I
that
think
way.
goodness
Part of
is
it's on me. I go,
it's like,
this fat kid, slow
the
fat kid gets
easiest
enough you, this is
default
over you.
state of being.
That's
Just being good to
What?
others.
Me? It's sports.
Yeah, like you know,
Tighten
like
the fuck up.
there'll be things where
That's why I'm his dad.
these
That's why
videos where
you know,
like one
I
dog
think
is
you gotta be
drowning
ruthless.
and like another
Off
dog
the
jumps
field,
in and
very
saves
nice
it from
looking, and that kid
the
doesn't hear it.
like that
Of
to
course,
me
but T
is
knows. Yeah,
just
big
really
chunky slow
amazing
kid.
stuff, and it's
He
very
can take it off
moving.
you. Oh,
So
we got
just
work to do.
If he's
to
big
me,
giant,
goodness
his fat
means
speed's gonna be a little slower, so
integrity.
everything just went down the pipe.
and it means
Oh, light his,
kindness.
also sons will light his ass up.
And yeah, I think of the three. That's
You'll
not
say that
the
from
one I picked.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
And I think people,
baseball's
sorry,
no joke,
I
huh?
think people also have this
Light his
idea
ass
which
up.
is inculcated to them,
Oh, yeah, I get pretty hard.
especially by corporate
What kind
America,
of baseball
that
dad,
as
huh?
you get older,
Oh, to the full
it's
blown.
okay to
All
do
of
the
them,
wrong
all of
things
them,
sometimes.
the
Blah,
psychos
blah, blah,
You
blah.
sound like
I don't buy that,
Light his
and
ass up.
so I think
Yeah, I
goodness
just
gets
told
rarer
Tina
and
to
rarer.
How was that kid?
And I think people know better, and they tell
So I was
themselves
trying to explain
lies.
to T, like,
Yeah.
yeah,
But
whatever, 4
once
practices
you
a week.
allow
You still have
yourself
to hit
a
outside that,
chance
like, buddy.
to
The games of
be
practice
good,
are the
I
bare
think
minimum.
it makes for a better life.
Everyone's doing
Yeah,
Because
practice
it's not
again.
that much work.
It's the
Like it's not like
bare
going to the gym and
minimum.
working out. That's a
So
lot of work.
whatever,
And
there's,
it's
let's say
great
there's 10
afterwards.
million kids playing
But like
baseball.
goodness is easy
All of them are
once you
going
get
practice
into the
playing
habit
games.
of basketball,
If you
working out
want
the
to get
same
to
way.
where the fuck you want to
There's a
go,
lot of stuff.
we're gonna have
You
to
make it
do
a
way
habit.
more than this.
Yeah.
You're not
You're
even
going to get the rewards of it.
Right.
And
Yeah.
you want to be
The rewards of
Practice.
goodness, I
Come on,
think, are
practice.
more
All
immediate than
these
the
idiots
rewards of working
practice.
out.
You know the law's not a big
as
draw.
opposed to the hard drugs.
Yeah.
He's just
If
not.
you
I
mentioned
love
this
the
quote
guy.
from one of
I think he's
your
a wins out.
life
He's just
streams,
not
I
a big
think
draw.
if you save one
Sweet.
life, you save the world.
Yeah.
That's such a cool line. I remember reading about Paul Farmer. I think his name is. He's a doctor that really, doctors in general, they kind of don't care about like what they're doing as a broad policy across hundreds of thousands of millions of
You're
people.
going to
They
ask
just care
suggestions.
about the
What would
human
be
in
a
front of
fight
them.
that's pretty
Which is
mad?
so interesting. They don't
But
care if
jokes.
it's going to cost. Like in his case, to save one child, it will cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars. They don't care about that. They can't. They know very well that what their actions cannot be scaled, but they can't help but help the child in front of them. And it's so interesting.
Yeah,
That's
but
such
you
an
need to
interesting way
tell,
to
ask
live.
my Jewish friends what
That's the
would be
way I
funny.
kind of think
Just
when I try
good
to do
mod
something
rabbi
positive.
jokes.
Is will this help one person? And I just kind of imagine a specific person, depending on the thing, that would help with. Like when I'm trying to create something.
Oh, you
Whether
gotta.
it's a piece of hardware or
Or
a
1,000
video or
people who
anything
just
like
saw that.
or educational material, lecture, that kind of stuff. I don't know. What do you think about this quote? Like, what is it profound or is it just poetic?
I think it's more profound than it sounds at first. The example I think of is Michelle Bachmann. She was a former congresswoman from Minnesota. She clearly had crazy eyes. Something weird's going on with the husband. But she adopted like 20 kids. Terry Shepard's another friend of mine. He's like either Navy SEAL or Marines, whatever it is. Terry, I apologize. I'm not trying to be funny. And he adopts like elder dogs. So going back to Bachmann, it's like, yeah, you can say she's crazy, you can make fun of her politics all you want, and all that stuff's legitimate. But if you save a kid, give them a home, and you save them from the foster system, and you put a roof over their heads and make them feel loved and appreciated, it's really hard for me to sit here and call you like a totally bad person. I think that kind of thing is, like Cersei's another one, who adopted a kid. As I said, I think you're a hero. Like if you, there's someone, one of the things that's very hard for me in life, as you know, I talked about this book, The White Pill, but writing about when people do hurtful things to children,
Putting my ground
it
as
really
far as
is
I can.
hard to watch, and it's hard to, because when you're an author, you have to kind of empathize with the character. You have to, where's this character coming from? Explain their point of view, and that's the one that's the hardest for me to wrap my head around. Like
Cruelty to children.
yeah, and yeah, sadism to children. It's just like this is something even animals know not to do. You know what I mean? Like dogs, when you see them around kids, they're very protective. Like if the kid pokes their eyes out, the dog doesn't do anything. So it's like if you can't even get to that level, what kind of person are you? So I think that quote
Cats. I got 4 of them.
is a profound one, and it's an important one. It also means we're not all called upon to be Superman, right? You only have a very finite ability to move the needle. But at the same time, if you have actually, saved a life, you can go to meet your maker. You did your part. You left the world a little bit better than you found it, and that's all you could ask anybody.
Also, I think from a policy perspective, it seems we just do better when we focus on doing a small thing, helping one person. Because it feels like when you start talking about communism and all those kinds of things, when you start to believe you can do good by a lot of people, that's where your mind somehow stops being able to do good by a lot of people. That's when you start to think about utopias, and somehow utopias goes to feeds power into the brain to where it deludes you completely, and then you start, it's okay to crack a few eggs to make an omelet, kind
Now,
of
I just
reasoning
jump
and you
into.
out the trouble. It seems like it's much better,
Yeah,
even when you have the
I'm
power
not
and the money and so on,
Let's do the math.
that you scale to focus on one, and then
Or locally, yeah.
locally, yeah.
Because then also you have the feedback.
Exactly.
Right. So if you have some kind of program, in Austin or Brooklyn or something like that, and you can watch, oh, this is working, this isn't working, then you can port it out to other places. But top-down helping is, at the very least, it's going to be inefficient. And also, I think it's a lot more useful when you're helping people when it's a one-on-one relationship, because then it's less, I don't know, embarrassing, but certainly less something to receive help. And you also feel, if it's one thing if you get a check from the government, food stamps. It's something if someone's like, hey, I'm going to buy you groceries until you get back on your feet. You have this kind of motivation, I think, for most people to be like, you know what, this person believed in me. I'm going to make it worth their while that they believed in me. Because I didn't believe in me.
Yeah, when I was giving lectures at MIT, there was one was scared shitless. And everybody, how students are and all that kind of stuff, they're kind of bored.
Yeah.
And they don't understand that you're human too. Or is this could be just me?
I don't understand you're trying to pass this.
I know. But there's one gentleman in the audience. He went to all the lectures. Older gentleman. He was a faculty at MIT, and he just, without very kind of nonchalant, just said after the lectures, he would kind of nod at me and say, "You did great." And before, like one time, he said, in a non-creepy way, I know this is going to come off as creepy, he said, you look great today. Like, he said that in the way, so he's like 60, 70, whatever, like, in this, I don't know, it's in a wise, sage way. Because I was wearing a suit and tie. Like, I looked like, when you dress up like a young kid, you dress up for something. Yeah. So he was just like, all right, yeah. You're all dressed up. You look great. You got this. I don't know. That has a lasting impact. That kind of pat on the back. But I agree with you. Cruelty towards other adults is somehow understandable because it's a world full of conflict. But cruelty towards children doesn't quite. I can't understand it. I can't understand how you could act in a way that directly causes suffering to a child in front of you. Yeah, that is like that. I don't think I've ever talked to you. This might be a good time to ask you about this. What lessons do you draw about human civilization from Jeffrey Epstein? From Ghislaine? How everybody thinks about different things. When you talk to Eric Weinstein, he thinks about intelligence and Jeffrey Epstein is a front for something else. That's what he thinks about. I think about the weakness of grown men in the face of charismatic evil, which is like, for me directly, is MIT. I didn't know. I guess I was at MIT when Jeffrey Epstein was just at the very end. He must have been there. I didn't know any of this, but it really bothers me that nobody was able to see through this man, because he's obviously, what is also obvious to me is that he was very charismatic. Like, I mean, I try to think about human nature from this perspective. Is directly, like we said, help one life. Would I know a Jeffrey Epstein if he was in my life? Would I know evil when I saw evil?
Even if it's sitting across from you.
Even, I mean, you. So exactly, the evil laugh. Thank you. The thing. Well,
It's a Necronomicon.
Well, the thing I'm sure we'll talk about it. Maybe not. Doesn't really matter. We see things, you and I, Michael, very differently about a lot of things, politically and so on. The reason I like you a lot, the reason I like the people I do in my life is there's a warmth, there's a kindness, there's a humanity underneath it all. I don't really care what you believe. I don't care. I don't care what your Twitter says. You know, it's easy to mistake your Twitter to indicate that there's not a deeply human love for humanity in there, and that's what I'm detecting. That I think I would be able to detect that Jeffrey Epstein.
I'm just imagining the T-1000 skits. Yeah.
Detected. Yes. I imagine, I hope I would be able to not detect that Epstein lacks that completely. Even if he's charismatic in the humor he has, even if he is charismatic in the expression of curiosity for science, which he did. He was curious about, like, not just like boring minutia of science. He was interested about the big questions in science, which I could see that become exciting to scientists. Like, oh wow, here's a person who's thinking big. That's always exciting when somebody goes into a room and thinks about, like, how do we solve intelligence? How do we travel faster than the speed of light? That's exciting to people, especially people with money, because it's like, all right, hey, so we might be able to actually do big things here. But you can see through the bullshit, the deadness in the eyes. I don't know. So I think about that because I feel like I have the responsibility for me as an individual to detect evil.
So, do you know who Michael Alec is?
I was not ready for like
Okay, this is going to be a whole long, this is going to be in next clips, but this is a whole long story. So there was a scene in New York in the 90s called the Club Kids. And they would go out to different nightclubs at night. They would all dress in really kind of crazy costumes. And the costumes were all like goofy and like dressed like an angel. This was dressed like a nurse. There's a juvenile aspect to it. They're all taking, ketamine and ecstasy till all hours. This was kind of rape culture was coming up in there. And the head of it, and in fact, there's a clip on YouTube, I think it was the Jane Whitney show, of the Club Kids and Gigi Allen. Gigi Allen's a, kind of punk rock performer, hard rock performer, who passed away. And the audience, and Gigi Allen was very aggressive and like a crazy person. My friend once saw him in a concert, and he took a dump on stage, smeared it all over his face, grabbed the girl from the audience, gave her a big kiss, and as she walked by him, she's going like this, like, excuse me, like went to the bathroom. So the audience is screaming at Gigi Allen because he's very visibly over the top, whereas you got a bunch of these kids dressed in these silly costumes. You guys are just having fun. Well, the head of the Club Kids, Michael Alec, ended up killing someone. There was a kid called Angel Menendez who hung around with them. He would always have angel wings and boots. One time they were at Michael's condo with there was a drug dealer named Freeze. They got into a fight. So Angel got hit in the head with a hammer. They kill him. What are we going to do with the body? They put it on ice in the bathtub. They had a party. So everyone's going to the bathroom while Angel's body's there. They're like, all right, we got to take care of this. Michael got extremely high in heroin, had silver cutlery from Macy's, saw the body in pieces, put him in a box. They took him in a cab. The cab driver helped them throw the body into the river. And then Michael starts walking around Manhattan wearing Angel's boots and would tell people, oh, I killed Angel. Now, because he was a super effeminate, over the top, like he would pee people's beer kind of guy. Everyone's like, "Oh God, Michael, like you and your stupid pranks." But it was true, and he got caught, and he got sentenced to jail. So I was in a store in Manhattan in Soho, and it was one of those stores where you have like all sorts of things for sale. And I saw a painting, and it said Malice, and I'm like, "Wait, what?" And it was M. Alec. It was a Michael Alec painting he had painted while in jail. So my mom bought it for me for my birthday. I don't remember what birthday it was. And I started writing him in prison. He was going to write a memoir called Aligula, which is clever. And then I actually went to visit him. Like, I want to see what this person is like. Because on one hand, he's king of New York nightlife, this goofy person. And it's also kind of ironic that Gigi Allen is like, maybe he's gross. He's not killing anyone. He's probably an accountant off the stage. And Michael Alec actually did kill someone. And then bragged about it, tongue-in-cheek. So, but meeting him, and he passed away last December, on Christmas, actually, Christmas 2020. He was clearly a sociopath. And I'd never met a sociopath before. Now, a lot of times we'll read these, like, you'll take a BuzzFeed quiz, like, are you a sociopath? And it's like, oh, my feelings were hurt when I was mean to someone. It's not a thin line between like me and you and him. It's a thick line, because when you're talking to someone like that, at least in this specific case, he was being very friendly. He wasn't, and it's not like he was going to kill anyone or was a threat to me, but there's that sense like something's really off here. And he was talking to me about how after he had killed Angel, he would just talk about it because he felt so much guilt. He just wanted to get caught. It's like, no. What he was describing wasn't guilt. He was describing just he didn't like the knife over his head, like waiting to get caught. I'm like, you don't even know what guilt is. So it's kind of like, oh wow. So as for Jeffrey Epstein, but the thing is, Michael Alec was in a very low social position, and the thing is, when someone is powerful, very high status, and they do something, we are, as kind of hierarchical animals, we kind of defer to their norms. So if you're at a party with, let's suppose, or either of us, and it's like a Jeffrey Epstein party, and everyone at the party is doing some sort of weird drug we've never heard of, we wouldn't really feel comfortable judging them, because like their norms kind of become the norm for that space. The lesson for me about Jeffrey Epstein, there's a lot of, because I think to me, the biggest moment was the Amy Rohrbach situation. Amy Rohrbach was caught on a hot mic saying that they had all the goods on him, they had all the names, and that Buckingham Palace called them. They killed the story because they weren't going to get a Meghan Markle interview out of it. So that, the willingness of those in power to do the wrong thing for the flimsiest pretext, which I think was a big important lesson. Also the fact that no one at ABC had any consequences for this. In fact, the only person who got in trouble for all this was someone who used to work at ABC, went to, I believe, CBS, and they got fired from CBS because apparently they had access to footage at one point, even though they weren't the ones who had leaked it. So whistleblowers are like the only, like, for example, the case in Eric Garner, the guy who was selling Lucy cigarettes in New York City, who was arrested. He had a heart attack or whatever it was on the way to jail. He died. The only person, so the cops had a situation there. The only person who got in trouble because of that was the guy filming it. Like, he went to jail. So I think there's a lesson in terms of, look at Julian Assange, right? There's a huge amount of power exercised by elites to make sure that what is done in the cover of darkness remains in the cover of darkness. And also Kevin McCarthy, who is currently the House Minority Leader of the Republicans, he wrote a letter to ABC News, like, you had this guy, maybe you couldn't call in the authorities, but you could have leaked it to somebody. Why hasn't anything come forward? Nothing happened as a result of this. We also have to keep in mind that the longest-serving Republican speaker of the House in history, Dennis Hastert, went to jail for the pedophilia and things like that. So, as Russians, and this is something I think you had mentioned before, Americans are very naive, often increasingly so, about the nature of evil. They think the evil person is someone who's just getting kickbacks, or like the Cuomo's are colluding, something like that. I would hardly even call that evil. No, this is the sort of things that are so depraved that you would never think about it in a million years in your own home. You don't think in these terms, and I think they get off on doing things that if the average person heard about it, the average person would be shocked, because that gives them this sense of we're above them, we're different from them. The rules don't apply to us.
There's a lot to say here. So one is the norm thing you said at a party. It's really interesting for an anarchist to say that.
Well, no, it's
no. Well, I know. I'm not sorry. That came off as criticism. I meant it as harsh criticism. No, I think about that a lot. Like, I found myself in situations where I'm invited to these kinds of parties where people have nice things, and I find it deeply uncomfortable for that reason. I don't want to be sort of an activist that goes in, ruins a party. I think that's not the courageous act. Neither is it courageous when everyone's doing some weird drug that you mentioned to join in. I think courageous is more being remaining yourself, sticking to your principles calmly in that room where everybody is doing the drug, and just don't do the drug.
Yeah.
Don't make a scene about it, but also don't do it. And I think that little act of courage over time is the way you resist Jeffrey Epstein. That exactly the thing you said is probably the situation where charisma works. So one charismatic person gets the little crowd going, and the crowd is everybody sort of establishes a norm at the little crowd. And yes, there could be some dynamics that allow that norm to be established. Like you said, like rich and powerful people might enjoy being rich and powerful and better than everybody else, kind of thing. But like especially for scientists, I thought they should have integrity and courage enough to see through that. Not again as an activist, like so you can tweet about it, how courageous you are, but just literally see there's something off here. There's something off here, and I'm not going to participate.
I'm going to defend these scientists because something off. First of all,
you're always defending academia. It's disgusting.
It's my favorite thing. I think that first of all, this is going to sound like a joke, and it's not. I bet you 90% of those MIT scientists are on the spectrum. So everyone they're going to meet is going to be a little off, right? So I'm sure part of their brain is like, okay, this person's weird. This is just them being on the spectrum.
Like the light spectrum, I couldn't even finish the joke. Okay, go ahead.
Number two is off. We tend to. There's this poem. I forget who wrote it. It was like Nick Cave or something, and it was describing like I think it was Goebbels. Hair normal, height normal, weight normal. What do you expect? Horns, right? So when you meet someone you think something's off, there's going to be a bell curve of what that could be, right? It could be that they're twitchy, or maybe they're completely asocial, and then you have Jeffrey Epstein over here. You're going to need a lot of evidence to be like, oh, I feel something off there for this guy's the head of an international, sex trafficking ring. So, yeah, you might be like, okay, but at the same time, if their extended relationship is this guy is interested in my work, he's going to fund my work, and I don't have to give him anything in return. He's clearly intelligent. He's appreciating it. And being a scientist is a thankless job. I know what it's like as an author. When I was writing Dear Reader, the North Korea book, my friends are sick of hearing all these North Korea anecdotes because at a certain point, it's like, okay, we get it. Just save for the book. And, you got to be in that lab. You're looking at the springtails, whatever it is you're looking at. No one knows what a springtail is.
I just disagree with you. So that'd be interesting to draw the distinction between science and writing, because the scientific process itself is fun as fuck. It's you're solving little puzzles.
Sure.
So like in itself, it's fun. So like it's rewarding. Like the reason you go into science is you can continue really without a boss to continue having fun in solving puzzles. That's literally so like unless you become cynical and tired of the whole thing. So the people, the administration, or when you're running a large lab And what you get sick of is the emails and the meetings and all that kind of stuff. The actual act of being in the lab is still fun as fuck. If you allow it to be. Writing, I feel like, there's more priority to publishing. Like, would you enjoy it, Tree Falling in the Forest? Would you still enjoy any of the books you've written if they never got published?
Not to the same extent that you close.
Right. I think that the thing about science, it's almost like you get a peek into the mysterious.
Yeah, but this is okay. So this is where I'm coming from. Since moving to Austin, I bought over 150 plants.
I think you're doing the politician thing.
Let me be clear. All right. It's not.
Oh, you are running in 2024. This is very interesting.
I bought 150 succulents in my house. They're thriving here in Austin as they wouldn't have in Brooklyn.
You have a great video about it.
Yeah, one of those plants I have is the photo I took on my Instagram. There's no other photos on the whole internet. None of my friends care. Or they care, like, ostensibly, but, like, oh, it's cool. Like, I have a better plant collection in my house than, like, almost any botanical succulent collection than any botanical garden in America, than probably the Huntington, and no one cares.
This is what ego looks like, by the way.
I can prove it to you.
No, I know, but you don't have to rub it in.
Well, they have a big budget. I don't. So if I can put it together, they should be able to.
Right.
So I can only imagine that a scientist who studied, those spiders that look like ants, this species does this with the gender dimorphism, their friends are only going to care so much. So if you meet someone who has a lot of money who now cares about ant spiders, it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it will be very exciting. But I just wanted to push back on I think the act itself should be the biggest reward. I think you're always safe. We're talking about goodness being a safe default. I think it's a good default for plants and for writing and for science is to just enjoy the act, even if nobody cares.
Okay, now I'm wondering why I'm pushing back so hard. I realized what it was. Because I've made this point several times, and I'm glad I can make it again. There's this window of time that happened in my life, and I know it happens to a lot of people, when you're in your 24 to 27, 28, right? So 21 to 24, you still have your friends from college, so on and so forth, right? But then it's kind of like a poker game, and every so often people cash out. They're like, I'm out. They get married, they get a job, they move. And if you are someone who is a young, ambitious creative, that window is a very rough one, because you're doing the right thing, right? And you're not being, drug addict, you're a philanderer. Not that those things are wrong, but just you're playing by the rules. You're creating your stuff, what you want to be known for, contribution you want to make to the world. And no one cares, and it gets very lonely. And there's this very emotional disconnect about how is it that I'm creating and I'm working hard and I'm making something happen, and it's just radio silence. So that, I don't think it's that easy when you're the scientist, not me, when you don't have any kind of external validation. Humans only have so much fuel.
Nothing worth having is easy, Michael. By the way, yesterday, talked on the phone with a person. He said he was deeply moved the first time you mentioned this age group of 24 to 27. He's like, he's 26, he said, and he feels the full responsibility of that and excitement. So he left his corporate typey job to pursue something that he's really passionate about, and that was you were an inspiration to him, which I was deeply saddened by that.
I also inspired Michael Alex. So.
The amount of mass murder those that were inspired by you will eventually lead to is truly horrifying. What were we talking about? So Jeffrey, one thing I wanted to ask you. So let's put scientists aside. What about world leaders? Bill Clinton, your favorite person. Why would he fly with Jeffrey Epstein? Or interact with that guy?
I mean, don't you think that that's kind of that I'm the president and I get big and powerful people flying around their jets, and that's a symbiotic relationship.
Yeah, but don't you also have a good BS detector? Like, don't you have a good detector for people who just want to be in your presence? Like, I already understand that there's people like this out there. Like, there's people that kind of want to use me for stuff. And
You mean Tim Dillon?
Tim Dillon. I love that guy. You guys met?
We haven't met yet here.
We haven't met. Okay,
Yeah.
wow.
We met before in New York, but we had not since I've been here.
Yeah, so you should be able to detect that there's those people, and there's the people that have kindness in their heart, even if they can benefit from the interaction with you, but they're good human beings. I feel like you run into a lot of trouble if you surround yourself or have aims that are manipulative.
But I think
Like that.
like bad example, because like let's look at Clinton and let's look at Obama, right? So Obama, even though their politics are very close, I'd say in many ways, Obama is apparent. We don't know. I don't know either of them. But to me, it seems very apparent that he's very similar behind closed doors as he in front of the camera.
Yeah, he's Barack to me.
Oh, yeah.
He's good.
Yeah. Clinton seems very clearly to be much more of a performer. He's in front of the cameras, he puts on a role, but behind the cameras, he very much has a temper. He's known for that. He's much more of a lech.
What's that?
A pervert.
Oh, lech with an E?
L-E-T-C-H, yeah.
Oh, cool. Lech. Is that that's a cool term? So I could use that on the internet? Like, you're a lech.
Yeah, you can use it on the internet.
You're a dirty lech.
Well, it's a dirty supply.
So it's okay.
Yeah, so,
Being redundant.
yeah.
But it just feels like it needs an adjective to give it more power. Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So Clinton is a lech.
Right, so you can see how there's people who want to meet, the surface Bill Clinton, and I'm sure that gets old for him because he has to be on. But then there's the good old boys where he could be a pervert, and this guy's like, yeah, I know what it's like. And then he feels like he's himself. But we're all speculating. I mean, I don't know what Bill Clinton is like, what was in it for him. He certainly could afford private jets if he wanted to. There's no shortage of people who want to fly around the world to give speeches,
Can't he satisfy the lech within without hanging out with the Jeffrey Epsteins of the world? Like, can't he get? I mean, this is the Monica Lewinsky question to me. I'm confused by all of this. Can't he get women in a legitimate way of like not using his power, not hanging out with these shady rich people, but just like having a normal mistress like JFK had?
Well, JFK had a lot.
I know, I understand that, but in a normal way, or I don't know enough about it.
I don't understand the Clinton psychology. First of all, the fact that you're hooking up with someone who's close to your daughter's age, to me, I think is inherently disturbing. But she's an adult, so okay, that's not that beyond the pale. But also the idea that, if I don't physically fornicate with you, it's not cheating. Like that, whatever you tell yourself, or like if I don't ejaculate, it's not cheating. Like these rules that
And maybe at least some kind of slippery slope. Like you start not having the rules of.
But it's who you're fooling. I mean, if you told your wife, like, listen, it wasn't cheating. She only, performed on me. You're gonna say this with a straight face. Like, at that certain point when something is so brazen, you wonder if the person even has to believe it because who are you fooling?
But like we started this conversation with, there is a line between young women older than 18 and young teen, like 12, 13 kids.
Have you ever? When is the last? Oh, because it's different for you because you're at MIT. I was hanging out with Blair White, and she had a couple of fans of hers, and they were like 22, 23, and they were like children to me.
Yeah.
Like I'm like to me as someone who is in his late 60s, to look at these people as adults, like they look completely like kids. So that
Now, of course, there's exceptions. Like I've interacted with a young 20-year-olds that are like, you're way more mature than I'll ever be. Like the wisdom that comes out of them is quite fascinating.
visually,
Oh.
the energy and the way they look so young to me, and the way they carried themselves. It was the idea that my instinct was let's tuck you in and read you a bedtime story, not let me like touch you or something. It was just like it was just wouldn't enter my head. So but the thing is it possible that in order to want to be the president, you have to be crazy?
That you have some kind of weird view on power. It could be a power thing too.
Yeah.
Like you can get away with stuff.
Like if I was Clinton's age, nothing about Monica Lewinsky to me would be attractive. And also I would just feel bad for her because I know she's going to catch feelings. And it's kind of
catch feeling. Yeah, it's true.
It's just like, why would I do this to this kid? For what? Just because I want to get some like momentary pleasure? Come on.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I'm sure she looked gorgeous to him in the moment. Well, let me ask. We started talking about beauty. Who are you wearing? So, as a model, you usually don't have a shirt on when you're modeling. So it's nice to see you dressed up today. Nice and warm.
This is because, so for those who don't know, Russians don't celebrate Christmas. Obviously, with the Soviet Union, Christmas was illegal.
No Thanksgiving, basically no major holidays where everyone gets together. This is the one holiday.
Yeah, New Year's.
The one holiday.
And I remember as a kid, instead of Santa Claus with Ded Moroz, it's the same thing, basically.
It's like Android and iPhone. It's like a cheap version of Christmas.
He's got this girl with him. She's like Snow White or whatever. And Russian kids, they go to sleep on December 31st, and they wake up January. They have a present under their pillow. And I remember as a kid, this happened once, and it just blew my mind. You know what I mean? And it's just like I went to bed, and my dad's like, "Oh, you know, you're gonna have Ded Moroz is gonna bring you a present if you've been a good kid." I'm like, I think I was a good kid. Like, but you don't even remember a year of your life when you're 4. You remember like
you remember those moments.
Yeah, and then I woke up and there was a present under my pillow, and it just blew my mind. And that building is still there, 1461 Shore Parkway in Brooklyn. So, and it's just also funny, like, what I really like about kids, you know, being an uncle now, is kid logic. Because they have very little bit of data, but they're using logic to make sense of it, and sometimes it gives them the completely wrong conclusion for the completely right reasons. I remember, you know, my bedroom as a kid was right off the kitchen, and I'd be scared of the dark a little bit, so they'd leave the light on the kitchen while I went to sleep. And at the same time, my parents had told me, you don't leave the lights on the house, it costs money, wastes electricity, right? So I would be worried, because I'm like, oh my God, my parents leave the lights on the kitchen all night, and now it's costing them so much money. Not realizing that, you know, 5 minutes after I'm out, obviously they're turning the lights off. But like in my kid logic, this was a concern of mine.
Yeah, and memories work that same way. I have a collection of memories that are stitched together logically somehow, but they also don't really make sense. There's a few defining things. So I grew up in Russia and experienced a lot of New Year's in Russia. There's a lot of incredible things about that tradition that just warms my heart. So one, as a kid, you mentioned these kind of stories. That's the one night of the year that kids are allowed to be adults. In the following way, like in kid logic, you're allowed to stay up.
Oh yeah, okay.
Those as late as you want, which actually ends up being you're not used to
it. Right, you're out.
You crash, but no, you get to 2, 3, 4 at night. You stay up, and what you get to witness is almost like Alice in Wonderland goes into this world.
Yeah.
You get to witness what is the adult world really like. Now, obviously, it's not an actual adult world. Merriment, like laughing, fighting, arguing, but also like in our case, like singing and arguing like philosophical stuff, but also like how would I describe it? And this is also probably a little bit of Russian culture, but like flirtation in all of its forms, meaning like men and women just being like, because they dress up.
Yeah.
It's like it's joy. It's like you get to show off like dresses, whatever you got. you show it off. This is fun. And then the men too, just like friends, laughing, like arguing, just showing off the best they got with delicious food. Obviously, that there's a Thanksgiving element there, where there's just so many. Just you bring out all the traditional stuff, the IBS salad, just everything, just the full thing with the desserts, and obviously the vodka, a lot of vodka. And at the time, so this is the Soviet Union, like the biggest stuff, and this is so sad that these are the things I remember, is like Coca-Cola.
Oh yeah.
Like American, like that I'll probably kill somebody for Dr. Pepper. It's so fascinating that you take it for granted, sort of the results of capitalist society, the material things that are created. But that was the ultimate happiness, is to experience this new thing, sugar. I don't know.
You know, there's like
under scarcity.
There's like communist Coca-Cola in Czech Republic. So basically, they try to rip off Coke. Yeah, and it's just like they just threw whatever they could together, and it was a very poor knockoff, as you can imagine. I forget what it's called, and all the Czech people right now are getting very angry at me because I can't think of it. But they have it now, and the slogan is "Good or Weird." So it's like this. So they kind of reclaimed this kind of hipster soda. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. It's almost like a parody.
Right. Yeah.
But I think the thing I really remember is the camaraderie, like the love for each other, and neighbors too. Like you and I are neighbors now. We don't see each other that often. I hope that changes, but a lot of it is also me. I'm just a deep introvert.
You're also the hardest working person I know.
Yeah, so it's time, but you know, like it's not like I'll go in the middle of the night at like 4 a.m. and go to 7-Eleven and just sit there sipping a Slurpee for an hour thinking about life. So it's not like I'm always working. Yeah, I don't know. What I mean is like you get to meet your neighbors and you get to experience their highs and their lows, and you get to bitch about life, about government, about corruption, about the unfairness of life together.
Well, it's also, I think, what people don't appreciate as Americans is it's very rare in Russia to have a safe space.
Yeah.
So you know that January 1st, no one's going to snitch on you. You know, they're not going to be informants probably. So you can vent, and you know, that's the thing with people in totalitarian countries. You have to have the public-facing persona, and then behind closed doors is very different.
It all comes out. I also remember the arguments, and I've been going on Clubhouse recently into Russian rooms, just to practice Russian, and it's so beautiful to watch. I mean, Clubhouse is a very specific collection of Russian people. Maybe it's a little bit political, and they're a little bit older. And it's interesting to watch how much they love to argue. Russians love to argue. And so, like, it will be literally, you can think of it as a nonlinear dynamical system, okay, from an engineering perspective. Whenever any positive topic comes up, you could feel the skepticism. And wait a minute, this is not good. And they'll start, like, perturbing it until you're like, they'll find some way to say, like, come on now, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And then it goes back into argument. It's so fun to watch because in one sense you can see it as negative. In another, you can see it as free to express yourself, because it feels like you can solve a lot of problems by allowing yourself to just be emotional, both emotional and say hard truths and all those kinds of things, without patting yourself on the back about it. But also, it just sort of, those Russian rooms would make me realize how constrained American speech is, how careful people are in the way they express it. Even the Michael Mouses in the world, you're constantly being like nuanced. There, they just say crazy shit.
Oh yeah,
and then they correct themselves and make fun of themselves, and they completely shift opinions a minute later, and it's chaos.
Yeah,
and it's beautiful. So I love that culture. It's funny given the current regime in Russia, like how that's coupled with how people are talking, and yeah, I don't know. And I have those memories of childhood of friends that I had, of just having that true freedom of talking, and somehow that leads to deep bonds together. When you're poor, when life is has a lot of elements that are unfair, when the government is corrupt, it's just especially in the Soviet Union, there's uncertainty about the future. All of it, you just get closer together, like penguins huddling together in the cold, like that March of the Penguins. That I don't know. The friends I've gotten there, like I get emotional every time I kind of think about those friends because it was so close. That friendship was so fucking.
But I just really hate the Russian cynicism.
No, I know you do, and I actually disagree with you about it. You see it as cynicism. I see it as waves on top of the water, like surface cynicism, and the depths as I see the beauty of the Russian soul. So yes, that cynicism can negatively affect a lot of people. Like I think you've talked about, like as a parent, like being cynical about the world, and then you have the dire negative consequences on your children. They become cynical. They don't ever take big risks to take on bold things. And I have those arguments because the cynicism is exhausting, it's destructive, it's anti-creative. But so in their perspective this is what the Russian folks would say, well, yes, that's our role. Like being cynical is being reasonable about the world.
But it's not. It's complete unreasonable. It's a complete lie.
No, I know. But their argument is, yes, but we're giving you this force, and it's your job to resist again. That's it. So it's a test.
I love the idea that if you're going to be creative and innovative, you don't have enough up against you.
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly.
Like, I don't. It's not hard enough already that I want to be an author. Now you got to be like, well, let me just put some fire ants on top of it.
So I just want to separate. I agree with you that cynicism is bad and destructive, but the idea that life is suffering and thinking from that as a first principle, I think there's a lot of people you need to discover through that. So there's a cynicism, and then there's
horrible message. Life is suffering.
No, not. Well, yeah. I mean, Camus.
Camus doesn't think that.
Now we're going into definitions of suffering then, because absurd.
Life is absurd and life is suffering are not even close to the same concept.
But then you're just defining the terms differently.
So that's because they're different terms.
Yeah, well, so is love and beauty, but let's define terms. Okay.
Wait, you're selling if your baby's in the crib, like with a fever, you're like, oh, that's absurd. No, it's the kid's suffering. It's not the same.
So yes, starvation. See, you've been for the white pill researching a lot of actual specifically defined suffering.
Sure, but also a lot of wonderful things.
Right. Yeah. But the word suffering can encompass more than just specifically starving, and it can encompass, like a lot of philosophers talk about it. It encompasses like philosophical suffering. The fact that if you're not careful, life can appear meaningless. You can fall into a nihilistic view. Like it's difficult to have the responsibility of freedom to act in this world, because you can fuck up in so many different ways, and then life is seemingly unfair in the sense that good things happen for no apparent reason, and terrible things happen for no apparent. Like it's the old religious question of why does evil happen in the world, or why do terrible things happen in the world?
There's this book called 6 Word Memoirs, right, where all these different personalities.
Which are awesome.
Were you in it?
No.
I'm in it so you have to basically write your autobiography in 6 words.
6 words.
And mine was, good things happen to bad people.
You see, there you go. There's humor.
Yes.
That's your way of dealing with the suffering.
But I don't think life is inherent. If life was suffering, we wouldn't be able to have happiness.
No, out of suffering, happiness is born. So like it's the ups and downs of life. What it means, like
I don't agree at all that you need to suffer in order to be happy. I agree you have to work hard, but that's not the same thing.
Yeah, all right. So the way I'm using suffering, I think a lot of them use suffering is the way you use like gravity. So in order for the roller coaster to work, you need gravity. there needs to be a force that bring you down.
Sure.
In that same way, there's like you have to resist the natural pull of nature that wants to destroy you.
No, nature wants you to. Nature's indifferent, but we have the capacity because we're blessed with minds and we're blessed with friends.
Yeah, to transcend
Yes.
nature. Yeah, no, I know, but I think it's a word that captures something about life that there's no reason to it, that is absurd. I think, to me, oftentimes the way I think about the word suffering is synonymous with absurdity.
This is not suffering, but this is absurd.
I just noticed there's a box with a big bow on it next to you. What's in the box, Michael?
It's your present. So it's your present for New Year's.
Can we open it?
Yeah, sure.
What's in the box?
It's gonna take.
And he brought up suffering. This is going to be very unpleasant.
Here you go. I packed it myself. Yeah, there's a whole process in there. So there's 3 presents in there.
Lex, I'll read the card first.
Okay.
Something about opening presents, like tearing stuff, makes me feel like, because like I just tore this sheet of paper,
Yeah.
so it'll never be the same again.
It's entropy.
It's entropy times. You've got a powerful voice. You've got a powerful voice. To Lex, thank you. Maybe I should read the other card first. You've got a powerful voice. Listening to what you have to say always puts me in a hopeful place. I feel like this is building up to something. You show me how change can happen when you face the world with pride, confidence, and a voice that can't be silenced. Keep speaking up. The world is listening.
Yeah.
There's no cynicism in this card.
No, this is New Year's. This is all about hope and joy. What?
To Lex, I'm seeing the binary. To Lex, thank you for setting the path for me to move to Austin. 01 001 001 011 011 000 Michael Malice.
Yeah.
Brings tears to my eyes. Thank you, brother.
My pleasure.
Let's get to the present. Okay. It's a PC box. This is very promising. It better not be sex toys. I swear to God.
There's nothing inappropriate at all. Why would it?
Why would sex toys be inappropriate?
Because
That's
you're
sex positive.
because you're a virgin.
You gotta bring a knife to a party. How clever is it to put it in a PC box?
Well, I had it. I just got a new PC. Okay. Yeah, there's also a can.
Yeah.
Open the can first.
In the can. You wrap yourself? That scared the shit out of me. Get back in the can. That actually stayed in there. That's magic.
Just gotta cut the string.
No. You're the most beautiful troll of all. I love you so much. This is awesome.
Did it not work? Pick it up. So it didn't work.
There's a terrifying springy feeling to this thing. I don't want to open this. I need to move something aside. I hate you so much.
What?
What? Oh, is it the other way?
No, just pick it up.
believe I fell for that. Thank you so much. Wrenches are my favorite. I can't believe I fell for that. Okay. And there's box number 3.
It's like a matryoshka.
I can't believe that worked.
Yeah. I wanted the box to open all these gears to fall out, but you can't get it.
Can't get them.
Yeah.
Does that really grind your...
Grind.
Why am I scared? Okay. There's another box. This leads to my death.
No, there's a story behind it.
I can't believe that worked. Oh god, that's so good. Alright, no springs, no weapon.
No wrenches. Okay, so let me tell you the story behind that toy.
Tonka robots that turn into vehicles.
So when I was a kid, you had Transformers, but for us poor people, you had GoBots, right? So the GoBots, there were 4 main characters for the good guys. It was Leader 1, Smallfoot, Turbo, and Scooter. And what was annoying is when you had the action figures, you couldn't find the ones that were on the TV show. And I was a big GoBots fan as a kid. And I went once to the Toys R Us in Caesars Bay in Brooklyn with my grandfather. My grandfather was always very lucky. Like, just good things happened to him every so often. And I went there, I remember very vividly, they must have just unpacked, just loaded the shelves. And how they had the shelving, it would be like a grid, you know, you'd have it was like 1, 2, 3, or 5 rows and 5 by 5. And I remember it was like 2 up, and then you have to sit by the side and kind of sort through them. And with the GoBots, each package had a picture of a different figure, so the packaging wasn't uniform. And they just had Scooter there. She was just sitting there. And I was like, holy crap. So that feeling when you're a kid and you find that just sitting on the shelf
Scooter's right there.
It was such this.
Wait, is this that Scooter?
No, I have it though, but that one is for you. I thought if you want to put it next to your other robots, open it up.
I can open it up?
Yeah, it's for you. And that way, it's that symbol of joy when you're a kid, when you find something you really want. I think it just is really so when people look at it, they'll be like, don't be hopeless.
I'll open this carefully later.
No, do it. Just
should I do it?
Yeah.
Now? Okay.
There's no way to open it carefully. Kids don't open stuff carefully. You rip that crap open.
But then you break it and you cry. That's what happens when you're a kid.
I never did that.
Okay. Me neither. I never cried. I never got presents either.
That is so cool.
My Scooter. You symbolize childlike discovery.
Right?
The poor man's robot.
The poor man's Transformers. I think there's instructions on the back how to transform
To her?
I only found out as an adult that it was supposed to be a girl. Yeah.
Wow, this changes everything.
No, give me here. Let me show you. It looks better when she's transformed. What?
No, there's levels to that statement.
Oh. I can do like this. Let me see if I remember how to do it. Because I had this as a kid.
Arms out.
The thing is, these are easy to break, I remember. Is it like this?
No. Oh, the front comes out.
Oh, let me see this. Oh, this comes up. Yeah. So that's that. The arms go.
I'm having visions of baby Michael.
I can't do it. Okay, I can't do it. I can't figure it out.
Wow, you're right. She looks so much better transformed. Wow. All right. I'm gonna follow the instructions in a bit. And I'll leave, I'll leave this failed project of yours. Oh, there's a wheel out.
Look, I don't like this in between form.
Well, this is how it's going to be
Okay.
because we're going to be accepting of the transformation.
Okay.
I saw this
Oh, it's this.
little thing when I was walking on Congress. It says resist, the bracelet. It made me think of you. The reason I got it is because there's two bracelets. So one said lucky fuck, and the other one said resist. Now I first saw resist, and I'm like, and then I saw the lucky fuck, and I realized I'm a lucky fuck to find a relevant. It makes me think of you.
This is very nice.
This is powerful.
That's true.
I saw this somewhere. Yeah. This has to do with, in terms of resist. You often bring up the book Machiavellians by James Barnum, and so I was looking through, I was reading different parts of it. It's a tricky read. It's a little bit, but there is a ebook Kindle version now that I've been working through. I think there's actually an audiobook too. Anyway,
Yeah. I just bought some. The Machiavellians is James Burnham's analysis of four thinkers that he regards as the Machiavellians. There's Gaetano Mosco, Vilfredo Pareto, Georges Sorel, and I'm blanking on the Moscow, Pareto, Sorel, and Georges Michel. And I just got Pareto's autograph this week.
so he talks about freedom or liberty. This is an interesting line that I'd like to get your opinion on in terms of resist and in terms of liberty. There's no one force, he goes, quote, there's no one force, no group, and no class that is the preserver of liberty. Liberty is preserved by those who are against the existing chief power. Oppositions which do not express genuine social forces are as trivial in relation to entrenched power as the old court jesters. So, I mean, the question here is, are you comfortable with that definition or that view of liberty, of freedom, that it at its highest ideal is expressed through the resistance to the powerful as opposed to existing in its own?
I think his point, broadly speaking, which I agree with, is the only thing that can work to mitigate power is other power. That it's talk is cheap, and persuasion, it has very limited efficacy. It's like if there's a burglar, right, and one person will give you a speech about property rights and you shouldn't be in this person's house, and the other person has a gun, it's clear which is going to be more persuasive.
Yeah, but can't you just be free without the struggle, without this conflict? What I'm uncomfortable with this view is how closely it links freedom and conflict. Like, why does this world have to have conflict for you to be free? It's and part of it is just emphasis.
So you were just saying suffering is what leads to joy.
See, and now you're in agreement. Thank you. I just did that just so you can come around and agree. I win. Next topic. Wow, I'm playing 3D chess here. Okay. This is New Year's. This is now December 31st. I think that's how it works, but in 1973. Okay. We recorded this before you were born. Oh no, years after you were born. 60. You look great for 60. The early 60s or?
Sure.
Okay. What 5 things, let's say, or moments in 2021 are you grateful for? Or people? Just, I don't know, things, moments, beautiful experiences, profound essences of the year. Like, looking back, what are the cool things that just...
Personally or socially?
Do you exist, like, in a platonic way socially? I mean, in your personal life?
Yeah.
Anything. You're both. You're now Michael Malice. You exist as a social entity and a personal human being. All of it, the whole thing. Like, what stands out to you about 2021?
The fact that for the first time in my life, other than college, I moved to a new city. That was a very big one, and there's no part of me that regrets it or misses New York. So that was a very big deal for me.
What do you about this move? About Austin itself, or maybe the move itself? Maybe just the act of moving. What's great about it to you?
The fact that I had forgotten what it's like to have a huge social network, which I had in New York, before people started falling away, and then it really escalated as a result of de Blasio and the COVID restrictions. So to have a big crew here is something that was very validating. The thing that's also exciting about Austin is that Austin is not a particularly big town. It's not a particularly great town, but everyone here, at least in the circles I travel in, is kind of a refugee from their towns. So there is this sense of camaraderie. There is this sense of we're building something together. Back in New York, when you meet someone, it would be like, who is this person? Why am I talking to them? Like, are they a normie? Are they going to be weird? And here, there's very little of that. I think there's much more sense of trust with one another when you meet new people. So that's something that's really exciting about. Like, I've been introducing all my friends to each other, and everyone's been hitting it off with gangbusters. It's really great. So I really enjoy that about Austin. I'm enjoying the weather, the space.
You're in Kerouac, stuff.
I have it on the road. I read a biography of him.
I don't know if it was on. I think it was on the road. Where he talks about that feeling when you go into some place, you're leaving a place and you're going somewhere else, and the place you're leaving disappears behind you.
Yeah.
And all the people and all you just think about that life, and it's forever gone. And there's some inkling of that where you get to realize your almost mortality, because that's a chapter, and there's not many more. I know it's a beautiful chapter, but now on to the next chapter. Is there a melancholy feeling there?
It's the opposite. I feel like I've been dealing with this in life, because I didn't realize to what extent there was this subtext of hopelessness in New York, and also people who in New York you don't appreciate. You appreciate it consciously, but you can't escape it emotionally. How much the winters get to you psychologically. It's tough. It gets dark so early. It gets cold. You can't walk around. Like, that's the thing that's fun about, or what's fun about New York, is that when the weather's warm, you walk for an hour and just enjoy the sunshine, and there's a lot to see and do. But in the winter, you don't have any of that. It's just brutal. And here, it's just, so that is something. There's no melancholy at all.
Well, that's because can we say something beautiful about New York? Not the way it is now, but the way
I could go on for days about how great New York was.
What did you learn about human civilization, just life that was beautiful from New York?
I learned that there's a lot of really unique, special people out there who are doing their little part to move the envelope and make the world a better place. And that when you have a city where they're all there together at the same time, that really moves the world. And I'm thinking of Paris in the 20s, and Harlem in the 20s, and New York in the 70s, and LA in the late 60s, San Francisco especially in the late 60s, things like this. They really punch up Detroit, certainly at its heyday. They punch above their weight, and just really kind of Philadelphia in 1700s, things really start happening, and that ripples throughout the world.
You think Austin has a chance to be a Paris in some way?
Yeah, because again, it wasn't all of Paris. It was the left bank of Paris, and Frankenstein and Hemingway and all of them in a little area. So, when you read these history books, these scenes, it's like 50 people. Like, again, in this 10-block radius, these aren't these huge, like, Davos conventions.
Okay, so the big move.
Yeah.
What else? What else stands out to you? Again, both personally and socially, like zooming in and zooming out.
I did a book with a UFC fighter, and I was making the point that he was a 9-time world champion, that I would never be as good at my job as he was at his.
Yeah.
And then when I dropped Anarchist Handbook in May, and it was the top nonfiction book on Amazon for like most of the day, I'm like, oh, I'm the top nonfiction writer in America just for today. was like, oh crap, okay, so I guess I was wrong. That was a major deal. I was still shocked and delighted.
By the way, congratulations, and I'm truly happy for you, man. I'm so proud.
But it's also, I'm proud because these are people who had points of view and they didn't have it easy and they fought for what they believed in. And insofar as I get to rescue them to some extent from the dustbin of history and say these people really mattered and they really are worth hearing, I love stuff like that. I was talking to a friend of mine, Topher, like a year ago, and because we're in a weird position with what kind of jobs we have. So like I'd be talking in my live streams about people like Candy Darling or Wallace Thurman, and like these are not household names at all. And then I'd be like proud of myself that I'm the one who brings them to some sort of more prominence. And then you want to tell yourself, well, get over yourself, who you think you are. But it's like, but no one else is talking about these people, or very few. So to be able to kind of give them some kind of stature and platform that they deserve, I think is, I love being able to do that.
So you have a strong voice yourself, and to sort of join them, and it's like John Lennon joining in with the Beatles. It's like a chorus of very different views on anarchism. It's celebrating the individuals, it's celebrating the idea, and you are, I think, will be remembered as a powerful philosophy yourself, but I think you're almost taking just the humility of being in a room with powerful minds together in one book. It's cool.
Yeah, that these people mattered, and they had a unique perspective. And as I said in the introduction to the book, I remember I was in college and we were studying bioethics, and there was like a graph in the book, and one part says antinomianism, which was the view that at one side said legalism, right? The two extremes. Legalism is what is legal is defined by the government, or what is moral is defined by the government. And one said antinomianism, which is nothing stands above moral law. And then there was like, well, since no one believes in this, the answer is something to the other side. It's like, well, why is it on the charge? No one believes? If it has a name, someone believes in it. So, anarchism is a word that's bandied about and in a dismissive way. And it's like, you don't have to like me or agree with what I'm saying, but you can't pretend that they weren't. Tolstoy, you're going to tell me Tolstoy doesn't know what he's talking about completely? He's in there. He was an anarchist, so it was a big accomplishment.
It was really cool to get a chance to do the audiobook for you. You did an incredible thing, which got a bunch of really cool people to read, a lot of interesting, varied people.
Yeah, so what I did for the audiobook, which I don't like the idea that hard work is inherently good. Because sometimes being lazy is actually the right choice. Yeah. So I'm like, wait a minute, why am I reading all 23 chapters when it's 23 different authors? Doesn't it make sense? So I hit my Rolodex and I had different people read different chapters to make it sound literally like you have the different voices in the book. Thank you very much. You did because I was going to read my chapter. Wait a minute, like all the other authors are being read by somebody else. Let's have Lex read mine. The one chapter I am most moved by is Lauren Chen. She's a podcaster as well. She's expecting now, so we wish nothing but the best for Lauren and Liam and Abby. There's a chapter there by this guy named Charles Robert Plunkett called Dynamite, and he's advocating for making bombs and killing people, killing the forces of capitalism. And Emma Goldman was publishing her essay while she was on lecture tour, and she was just like, "Why is this in here? This is just really going to make us look bad," so on and so forth. And when you're dealing with any kind of, H.L. Mencken has that quote about every rational man must at times be tempted to spit on his hands, hoist the black flag, and begin slitting throats. So I wanted to sound like the seductive aspect of violence. Like that's the problem. Like when you're dealing with terrorism, when you're dealing with political violence, to be able to understand how people can fall for this, how people can be persuaded to think, this is a good idea, that I'm going to make some dynamite and throw it into this crowd and kill, police officers and innocent people possibly in the service of violence. It's easy to say, oh, they're all crazy, but they're not, even not, most people who are crazy don't do these things, So to have a woman read that chapter And I told her kind of read it like a phone sex operator because I wanted to have that siren song of like, so you can understand why this calls out to people who are in the rope, the people who are like marginalized. And she did such a superb job with that chapter.
That's such a beautiful vision. Yeah, because violence is part of human history to a degree that it must be seductive. There must be a strong pull. Like, it's not insane people. There's something probably deeper down our nature that craves violence. And then when there's charismatic leaders that inspire that, and revolution plus violence, that I can see that being extremely seductive to us. Like, when you're truly suffering in your current situation, whatever it is, you being oppressed by governments or being oppressed by the powerful, violent revolution is probably, there's something deep within us that longs for that.
And also, this kind of the Ghislaine Maxwell to Jeffrey Epstein, right? You need that woman to be like, no, this is okay, honey. Come along. It's not a big deal. Don't listen to what your parents told you. They're just prudes. It's a siren song.
What do you think about Ghislaine Maxwell and the trial and so on? Again, maybe the interesting story there is about the coverage of the trial. So, like, the story is more complex and interesting than the actual horrific acts themselves. So to me, maybe I'm not knowledgeable enough, but to me, she's also truly evil. I don't know where to, maybe you can help me to figure out who's more evil. Just like you said, now the person that says it's okay, that helps the evildoer, or is it the evildoer themselves? I don't know, but I think she scares me more than Jeffrey Epstein somehow.
Yeah,
there's people like that in the world.
I had a Twitter poll. Do you think it's more evil or less evil to kill someone because you've been paid to do it? And people, the winning answer was more evil, and I said it was less, because I think in that case you can kind of check out. You can be like, this isn't I'm just doing a job. Yeah, I don't, you kind of can. I think in a sense, if you have a certain mindset, like intellectually remove yourself from the situation. I'm just a conduit. When you were talking about, like, I haven't been following her case that much.
It's because you mostly watch CNN, and CNN's not covering it.
Well, I think my broader point would be the people who are untouchable and who know they're untouchable do much worse things than those of us who aren't that way can appreciate. Like, I was just talking about on Twitter about Rosemary Kennedy. She was one of JFK's sisters. It's not clear whether she was developmentally disabled or had like depressive mental illness. There's something really off with her to some capacity. And they, and you have to be conscious. You have to wonder, counting backwards. Your scalp is in your mind. And they stop. They think too far. She became a 2-year-old. Never had no bladder for the rest of her life. Couldn't talk. And for that reason, they just put her away. They didn't tell brothers or sisters where she went. They'll revealed in 1987. And they pretended, oh, she's, it's with special needs. And it's just like that to me, it's very, very scary. Someone, do this. First, I something for a while ago that was cutting edge technology for time. But I don't think that was frequently we hear more about it. A lot of it, understanding is very hard. They want to do it. Those are the best ones that are really bad. Versus an invalid, like, you're dealing with something like this. She's not killing people. She's not sending people. She's just difficult because she's making her family look bad. So, what is it? Take off. I was joking about what I would say. I can't I don't know what it's like working with his son to be the presence of his dead son. The older son. But I don't know what it's like to be so wealthy. Like, you can't do credit because a lot of people like how Irish people and people like high society. He was up against a lot of pressure with that. And he's like, I'm gonna be recognized. People recognize him. So that's for that. But I can't believe people. Yeah. But like, it's just terrifying. Like, I mean, the big reason for that is like when you have someone who has that sense of amount of power for somebody else, a lot of times they're going to do bad things and have no consequence.
Just that they were like crazy probably too far away from reality. They actually put people in compromising situations so that you may basically get more and more power.
I think that's the fair piece that you're referring to, or fortune.
I'm sorry, I'm just referring.
So there was an article that broke because this article is either fortune or I don't know, a major they ask around, and then they go, this guy's a billionaire, or at least no one ever traded with him. Whereas there's no big deal. So they're like, okay, maybe it's not trading off, and it's also like, why are all these people with Epstein temperature when he has no was get people compromising situation we still did and you would, accordingly. Well, I think the big question I know it makes sense.
Just very clear about it. So, and I've also seen it get me.
How where's
Oh, they people with just like, look,
an argument like I like this is person
I like or love.
love.
This escalated.
I'm gonna hand over 1% of my state fund. Right? So I can understand.
Oh, I see.
You're 20. State fund. Yeah, 20.
Yeah. Clearly, we'll try. To me.
No, moving here.
So, moving me, get your comment. This is the first time, so just that's what these people do. It's the actual act of also the decision that giving away everything. So give away the to keep it primarily is sort of like zero conflict. And in San Francisco, elsewhere, and a lot started to do about it. So on the stairs, over there, so it's not all the like it's also a problem. It's less less future and thoughts kind of identity politics battles that you can say it's to me the most important thing is to do things that the conversation. So that's it. opposite. And you have people like about it. I said, different technology. And Joe Rogan just these but he just things. I've seen people in that fire wanting to create something. First of all, people are, first of all, second of all, so all that between you were the salary, whole thing. If that's it. You just bring it. Very linked because life, like you've been saying,
Intentionally, otherwise, maybe it's
you don't take it personally.
Yeah. You don't need to say the full sentence anymore. You can just like speak to understand well, and then you have agents. One of the problems I have with podcasting for me talking has to fit the sentence. Has to actually fit. Yeah, which is a big problem. There's no word. Your mind. Yeah. It's the first bringing this to me. That's what I love. It's not just communication. I love it. What about you?
president who's just no indicator Reagan, so. Book I've ever done, Dear Reader, I think vicious. That's both North Korean history, and it's written voiced by persons of mark. Like you mentioned, yeah, 6 yeah. Maybe sure, it's about hope, and it's a tale of good and evil. I think that's I don't much. People don't like, how do you think you're so hopeful? And I'm not on an emotional level. Because looking at history, I think there's certain things that not certainly have to get, but it's not really plausible for how to do that. So, I had booked life itself, which received it. I wish you could see it as it. Ronnie Holiday, who is kind of industry. So I think that's okay. And then I recently, what I was perhaps remember, I was like, good. And I apologize.
Memory. Because if you so skinny, you get the point. It's about love. It's about different roles that human beings also, it's an allegory. So you start to think about whatever like the the way that story is told. To me, it's exciting. I think there's much plot. Plot. And a complex plot. But there's Better.
So long that people don't really.
For granted, just pushing yourself and pushing your boundaries, and here's being that life, which bring life, take care of how are you so optimistic and things are things when I started writing it, when COVID started. And again, I'm not optimistic. My temperament, I'm optimistic. also trying to drive you. There. Because I want the readers one. Extremely proud of it.
Nick.
Building a we had parents' house. I was person like I don't podcast I'm proud of, and there's a lot of questions that
Oh, what is this?
a lot of questions. Like, it's not the same as that book on the shelf, especially when something I think more than I do.
There's a series laying down really giving thought. Yeah, that's true. But I'm a huge pocket. You don't listen to podcasts. So that thing.
Yeah, like but I don't know how much successful at the start. Yeah, issue, caustic. They started talking about shark production. I had nothing anything about it. And I know a lot about it. And they're going to the sharks and eggs. And I'm sitting there like, you don't know what you're talking about. What? Why are you talking about it? And I can also find people like these shows. They feel like the friends of the people in the room. Because I felt like it, and I wanted to speak both. And oh, what about your yeah, just like that. Oh, I'm just like, oh, you know, so I'm almost at my happiest point ever. Like I could go to the gym this week and I'm the weather. That's a little frustrating. So, what else? So my heaviest, the heaviest I've ever been was with, and this is what I'm saying, he's exaggerating. He's not. That is. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. So the heaviest I've ever been when I was like body fat because I couldn't get weight as a kid. So when I figured out I could gain weight, I went 165. So I want to get 165. And this is stronger. That hurt. He did. I've never looks like it's Photoshop. Your brain can't process it. You know, the human flag. No. Oh, yeah, right. Human flag shows. Wow. So he is horizontal parallel. You can also do this while I'm saying I'm not. There's only cage here. It's like I think it's something people understand. No one's doing that. Just like, yeah, it's cold. Where I'll tell you off, but there. Great. And I like that. Except, no, except, I have my head going on, and I'm doing that once. Yeah, I don't need you to come over my ear and start to take stuff like that. It's actually happened. Yes. Stuff good.
Yeah, look, is the way yeah. So, yeah, my, silly guy.
And Joe Rogan.
Very good.
On all sides of the political spectrum, corporate news outlets. What others regard as desirable is something that
So, 2019, be good. Is I have new cars and terror. Have no faith. Faith. I can pray for ways that we don't face.
the good guys when I certainly don't Donald Trump. I don't think he's going to come as a compliment.
I want to make America. Jesus mind.
This up. Okay. So you if you I mean if you had asked how many money would Trump was in a year? Yeah. Maybe might have some moment when they're somebody leaving the Republican Party to be able to
Well, you can tell by the way I use my and then they can't pronounce. It's okay. We can ask one of them. Man. About the way I use my
Because people are figure out. So I'm excited by it.
Well, you can tell by the way I use my kind of walk. Time me on the uniform. It's too much since I'll go.
That's my perspective. Basically, self-assertion.
You can tell by the way I use my walk. You can tell the way I walk. All right. I get along. Just can't be so is
He has trouble. I don't want to.
phone and have a conversation.
Yeah, manipulation or
Just so, because they're all politicians. Clearly, yeah. I love the president do that. Buying good luck. There's lots of arguments against those. Sorry. Is okay. Well, I'm saying I'm just the logic that it's not good. I'm not saying the right or wrong. If you bring up Russia, that's exactly what great that it's like not just one America, like something more much weaker and individually ordered together. It's a step. It's a big step backward. Yes, I think in the short term it is absolutely a big step backwards. There's no question that the establishment society makes a big transition to costly. Starts it requires doing this with that, so on and so forth. But don't think that what America, a large part of America is and there's much hatred and
Yeah.
Eritrea. People there's no way to separate out well. It's basically just replicate. Like in New York City and upstate, go downstate Chicago. Strong argument.
Okay, right, it can't be paid.
Man.
So I think
I'm in the back. On this week. We were young as the back room as it would. No device. Close.
we weren't that long ago. I don't know if that or anything. I said,
The metaphor applies across the level of so you know, whatever it expresses a lot of people get behind that often lost one of them gets I don't know if I I'm hoping. They've done New York City, and I separated. I'm forgetting much. Is and no creative. Anyways. Personally, maybe I have more. Not it's still I mean, that's
then I'm
what,
not.
actually, Brett Weinstein tweeted. He texted me. And I said, yep. Like, I was
Yeah.
thinking something like, be compassionate publicly. So, yeah, I don't like the word.
Be cordial.
What I mean is like, it's more than you should radiate love, whatever, right? So even if you're with it, you should still show like respect and love for that person, and that is a question of aging person, stuff like that. Too much that's for you. So, I think you and I have a different approach to this thing. Surface level, different things. A lot of institutions. I have centers of power. Like, for and then from understand institutions, growth from within, without, and but like looking at every times when those speak, you can see it. I can see how the impact my knowledge. Now, you, I guess maybe it goes to disagree, but it's important thing. I don't know. That's been the somebody who just enjoys it. They seem many folks. It's like so sad. Reading. No, it seems it's yours. Yeah, so like I don't care. I don't say whether or like just because I many of my friends movie watch I'll try to do it. Chris Williams Austin. I live hey because he took the small and he figured out no I didn't let's get so I think oh really so I all it makes no sense. You can still like to have those conversations. Still have like I disagree with different things, but it's never. It's an arrogance conversation seems to have like talking down. It's I love the debate. I love debate. It takes a lot to get me triggered. When the Babylon Bee
reviewing it, and he had a lot of positive. Yeah, and shaking. The guy, like, oh, we actually have an enemy here. And the example he used was, football. You're you want referee. Yeah, you want the thing. And then the referee doesn't work for the state. Yeah. The referee is the people working for this organization. Yeah. And they're doing which is something that can only mean the state and the government would not. Just stuff like that, with the antiviral drugs that right. Do you have an idea like what's the best grade for the is it just the market? Just well, it's close to the they don't know what they're dealing with. Long term. I think it's very dangerous, but Joe was taking a lot of things under doctor's advice, and they kind of stopped the method. It was based on the veterinary medicine, so I think
isn't available for some
it's like
comprehensive.
he's not dead. So, and he's also taking, which are used in circumstances at the very least, maybe pointless. If the drug is being allowed for pharmaceutical reason, the odds are quite low. They're going to have serious side effects in general. So, I think this kind of existence, there has to be one efficiently approved outcome. We're all doing that. I think you're thinking. The question, people off the question. Ask them. Right? Like how conversation that I thought of enormous incentive for your company for everyone. Quite a lot. I just making a lot of money. I mean, I got a lot, but I still a lot of people towards that. They didn't see the final. I asked. It failed because his final shortcomings. What do I have to gain from exactly? Because if you make it different or something, what did I say? Like 5. Oh, yeah. I don't some folks want
wanted me to do, like criticize them. Together, like springboard, which is right. Maybe yours too. So the nature corruption. I said like this, there's two things. This looks bad, and two, and that question was several questions look like. But he ultimately said, you know, it's very true. Responses, like, okay, that's the CEO. There's one truth to what you say. That's one of the beautiful things about America is that we can criticize the law currently. It's still it's good. So good. And so we can look behind each other. But still, there's no corruption. People often ask me why I screw myself to doing this, but not anarcho-capitalist. Because they think my use of my mind, but that's included. And one other thing you just gave me a good one is that constantly. I know the senator, sure, not getting briefcase. Killed Georgia. I think right. So I think humility.
Fucking Trump this. What? Please. Trump will see what he does. Motion.
That gives on but she broken. And I said, but she ain't broken. You know what I mean? Yeah,
Knows how to I did with the sorry, Jim. He's a problem. whatever it was. So it was a softball tour. I don't remember. I think it was the 2000 cycle. Yes, Hillary. And she just goes, oh, I hate this dance. And he cut her off. He goes, why did he? And she really, I was really impressed with her. He didn't cut her off that much. And to me, it's great. Because some people say this is like they want him to stuff. Listen, I don't know. All the which she's done this many times. She's going to do it. So I'm going to give myself the chance. But it's not rehashing Republican talking points. More. She's so here. Very well. I care about the students and not the he said me I was responsible for managing COVID. I think are more entirely responsible
Right.
in the years this week. I think it's difficult to do. Incredible career.
Right. Whoa. Jigging with the best of time to come back. One step in my phone, trying to do what I did. I'm a other side. And no run for Yeah.
the daily to root. Yeah, it's a giant investment.
Minutes, it's like, hey, not telling. Maybe updated.
Yeah.
High school. And
That piece of advice, because you're an idiot. No one knows.
I used to trails now.
all the tweets I usually read. So even though my tweets are all that's the advice. Don't compare yourself to other people. That's a really dangerous. All my friends are married. I should have the. I should have. Especially yourself. So, accomplishment, but what they did was, I'm very proud.
Doesn't matter. That's all. I think like another. Yeah, because if you're just let's send yeah, a little person to me. But think, take big risks. Like you just have to give to a thing. It doesn't have to really like I'm going to try. I'll try. Like really. So in other words, that if you fail to do it, then you commit to hurt. So like, what I can think is you do like don't say you can have fun out there so on nothing because that double hurts.
So they say. Has three music. Enjoy. It's one thing you're proud to say.
I just have kids. I want to get married. This that I have to kind of work out over this year. You know, anyways. So I did do children. She sat with my kids. I said, give me the
Pros and the cons.
well, the pros I knew. I love kids. Good friend, love me. He read his youngest son. Which is just so cute. And I had all the kids were really big. Like my grandmother, very vividly what it was like to be a kid, especially attention. It's just especially the but style adjustment, and like selfish enough that I do that, and also have like if you make crazy, yeah. Kind of like term which is love for kids. And it's very sad, but not getting good period.
Yes.
Yeah, I
So,
think
like, yeah, like
yeah.
you. I forgot. You think about this, or you just whatever happened? It's the less that I'm at the point where I can think about it, like, what's happened every day. So that's why. Can you, I think that is kind of, there's a lot of a document that in October 2020 made a case against the effectiveness of lockdowns. Most so more troubles being often go suffer that it results in another thing on the job. We would try to increase the suicide and powerlessness. This often was the self-related needs of experience. Many folks whose jobs are affected by the lockdown have jobs and benefits about which not forward is right. The trouble is most is this very lack of empathy with policymakers for how to pay and in general for people like themselves. The landscape of suffering is vast. It must be fully considered, calculating the response to the pandemic, which including with rigorous, unfunded scientific debate. Jody and I built Collins and technology and calls Jay and his pupil author, which epidemiologist, and also called devastating published in-depth therapy. These words, friends, with my heart. I understand them. I listen to them. Nevertheless, balance, great job to be there. Leadership in the pandemic is just why leaders are remembered in history. They are stand up and take hope. So, it inspires me on my small vision to do the right thing, to fix the conformity, despite the one odds. I think the best out, knock out the road, yeah. I also thought it to talk like great. Out here, deceptive forces that challenge the mainstream narrative. No one sees it on the ground. I hope to highlight strengths and weaknesses in their ideas with respect and empathy, but also gut and skill. The skill part also provide more time. Truly, that conversation. So way out there. Finally, letting the past on how you look power. Those latter are all ephemeral. They slip through the fingers of anyone who tries to hold on and leave behind an empty shell of a human being. I prefer to die a man with that principle of no shit and a man who added a bit of the world. Podcast. Supported. Check out our sponsor description. And now here's my conversation. Jay. To our best understanding today, how that COVID. Do we have a good measure for this? So the best evidence for COVID is the COVID comes from a whole series of zero prevalence studies. Zero prevalence studies of the body prevalence of the population at large. Part of the very first one US. Just once you first second, people don't know what small is prevalence. That's all zero prevalence. It's not a zero virology, everybody's. So it's a survey. Would perhaps indicate that they likely have COVID, and therefore it's a way to study how many people in the population have been.
Exactly. Yeah. So the idea is that we don't know exactly the number of people who go just by counting the people that are present themselves with symptoms of COVID. As it turns out, a very wide range of symptoms, possible ranging from no symptoms at all to this pneumonia to people. And the problem is, like, if you just count the number of cases that people with their symptoms that often don't show up for testing, just they're outside of count. And it's really hard to know the answer just without understanding how many people are sick.
probably come to the let's see, there's a controversy for that. But that so the numerator is possible, but the denominator is much larger. Controversy on the death.
We're gonna ask questions. I love data so much. COVID data because I feel like I'm walking. I don't know who to trust. Maybe you can come with different sources of data, different kinds of data. Can you trust the data associated with COVID to just a giant thing that makes up this kind of stories about hospitals reported death?
So just talk about these. So the United States has that go big. I did this COVID patient thousands of dollars extra per COVID patient. And they gave up 20% off of every elderly patients who treat COVID. The idea is that there's more Smith literally. So that can provide us just a lot of COVID hospital financial success in the hospital. The death, the point of death is a separate issue. There's this sort of a lot of diabetes, to heart failure, and die. Tells you difficult for like this and a lot of what's happening is signing that was the end for this. There's been a couple of audits of death like California, where they canceled one to death because okay, is this reasonable? It's actually COVID. Found about 25% of deaths were more likely due to COVID. I personally don't get excited about this. It's there's just not things to as like relates to it's almost back where you know it's the bus issue. Brain bleed, would it have burst anyway? I mean, the bus issue.
The way you asked a proper question is also a quality question because it seems like every single person is looking at the past year. That's the first question. There's the part of it. Not just because you're talking, but just your mind. I think that's the psychological reason. So, you know, you're part of the United States, not very much. The notion was because there's a number of that happens in foreign places. That's the question about the world. Going up for decades. And the first time in living memory, directly involved in that. Panic centers of our brain, which are part of our brain, and our central focus has been a point. It's not surprising that people out there are definitely because they're thinking about what led to death. It's necessarily a thing. That's part of our brain would do. And we can't ignore this very important thing. People say each other, English, everything. You know, COVID has been brought up to this board every way people feel about each other, the way if you're angry at something, I think that's a problem. Deep fear we have and deep browse all the things like that. For that's their possession.
Is that psychologists are going to have a great first creation, and I think what you say is right. How on top of that is also this sort of impetus to empathy, but empathize toward others. So I practice that action, and don't if I don't, it's made me get this much social attention I've ever seen from the weeks. Our head got it, look to each other and then just simply source it up rather than people that know people that get it hard to actually interact with.
You can wear a mask, you can stand for love you, each other, build each other's eyes, that participating in we do life experience, and that's what we said. The people that put together, just the way they choose, the way they love each other, and I think feel that the fear that all of us friends.
If you look down the screen, if you sure you had this experience where you walk down the street or you are, people look you off the side of the street you walk down. As in, so the data that friends differently have yours, at all, related are not yours, but it's not simply biological or you get infections. Not biological, it's a change in the way we treat each other. I
Do want to say the flip side of that. So I was mostly in since when I think, and then I got off Texas. This first person with was anything. Just talk to him, like both big. They see, and I can't how great it felt because I never realized the absence of that connection like a couple of months. It's I just yes, what kind of feedback in the mind of your
This is so fun. Thank you, Dove Bleeding Heart. So you guys join everybody's just way too full. Yeah, but they're pretty cool.
return to the question. Because that girl surveys like to determine the rate of death, and we need to have footing and then up. That's approximately correct. What's your sense of statements?
Oh, God.
Demographic, maybe with but
Those guys.
The most important thing about it is just the age gradient in so studies that
fine. Yeah, but somebody do it. Somebody.
The of death, say it would be 70 very high. 5%. You go, if you're going to do 70, it's low. 5, but there's not a sharp cutoff. More like a use. So it's 15. The infection fatality rate of 22% before this 0.8% survival. If you're and for every 7 years of age, years of age, at half. So 57-year-old, 4% mortality, 0.8%, and so on. And if you have a severe chronic disease like that, it's like
And this is
focused on vaccinated
people listening to this. And just 39, should say.
So I think there's agreement over this. Disagreement over this, the quality of the prevalence studies. Investigator difference would probably be greater epidemic. High quality. We from big stream. This test gets eventually. Yeah, like,
Yeah. What? Yeah. Continuous destruction. The Undertaker. Oh no! Maybe. Oh. Who wants to die? Whoa!
Get it. who's a
Somebody fucking
cited scientist.
I'm getting it now too.
Analysis.
Michael Jackson. I want you to all
infection to get everywhere. So you put that up. Very study. And in places like Africa, and there's a range of fires that surprises people. No matter where it goes. But the fires higher percent over 65. So that they have business especially the early days in city, older population based on different policies that were adopted. In fact, there is some contribution from the environment, different beings interacting with the dynamics of the way they interact, which is where the stuff their interactions. Then societies that were generations of separation. You have your early days, like higher likelihood. Thing is treatment. Right? So, response. So there was that there's some studies if might have a wide ranging science, but that's not necessarily studies. You say the number is lower, it comes out to often science. That was not higher. That might be very damaging. There's some damn sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was right. You were right. So like, start their study. Server called Net Archive. Designed, released from scientists for peer review. The peer review process published in the Journal of Association. Cases, 5% or 50% prevalent rate. We identify the virus is not cancer, and no matter how much we test and trace them, like that point, the virus. insane mortality rate that is unfolded H1N1, test and your estimates of the H1N1 mortality were like percent really high. Over the course of a whole bunch of serum what's the truth here? And we did, I mean, it's always like, it seems what the right strategy and there's no children have less severe reactions to COVID infections. It's interesting because conversation curve, a large number of the dice may be fluid. Last year, younger. Yeah, so I think Yes. But the end state of COVID, the end state of COVID will be here forever. Evidence of after infection.
Oh my God.
So, state of COVID is circulating population. Get it, and then a lot of people go back against that, obviously both sides because but yes, the active context of market, we're having this earliest COVID, and now we're back to the isolation sociological and so on. But because the letter boy, when I see something that I wonder if all my embarrassing that the government person, I don't read that old stuff. I'm pretty sure sometimes but get asked. Well, I mean, I look how you said this shit, but yeah, we can't have this cheap great stuff, so as opposed to a serious alternative that so it really struck him that October 2020 had this really what the company followed. They were looking for people to give an alternative. What are you seriously? So it isn't very serious. So I mean, we had a policy that aimed at addressing. We were saying that the policy was following what we want. So the Democratic government deal with that challenge. That's how I felt. I think it just, I suspect it's an email chain like that. It's not such a colleagues around the government around this time. I mean, I felt the full brunt of the propaganda. Almost immediate newspapers have been the same way over. And it's sort of this marginal figure. It's much a root marginal. I felt the brunt of that all year long. See this in black and white. You're writing essentially. Writing for film, which I think I've done for them for years. Yeah, well, I looked to the left. Late at night. So, I can understand in fear and being sure with French, now, I love it when it but using French, maybe my private thoughts and things like that about this, like a little bit too kind, that you don't really meet him. After that, he recently this week when we're down it's really tough. Yeah, I mean, I can, say the arrogance there. I was honestly broke my heart with there. This is not I was wrong to not be open to ideas. Like you say, some who are often not because each other, not being cognizant of the fact that you're giving money. What kind of example they give to academic freedom? This is my biggest friend. One of the negative response people that don't get positive he's not just bureaucratic. He's also scientific. At the time you live in, inspired.
Whatever the discipline.
Yes.
The larger scale. And being the money, because they're all on the surface of the also people all the time. Also,
First, somebody well, B turns out to be right. What science? Like, we'd rather have this than that. Like, but it doesn't help. Again, we make sure that AI
Welcome. Hey. Hey. How are you guys? How'd you find out about me?
Holy shit. How many people you got?
Oh, quite a few. How'd you find out about me, my friend? Oh, very cool. I know where it is. Exactly. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been streaming for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I do so because I don't want war anywhere on Earth anymore. I want to help people, especially at people coming to the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, cloud seeding, and perhaps even vertical farming. I want to help end world thirst. I am sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Masonic Communion, worth about $100 million. And one of the projects that we have is to dig wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm going to keep that those positive acts going. Also, I'm a major advocate for the lifestyle program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we pump your seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How's that sound to you? Excellent. How many what? A lot. I can trace my lineage to 271 times. Exactly.
Jewish.
100%. Well, with that, I appreciate the opportunity that you guys here. If you ever need anything from me, I'm here to be a positive person in your life, to help to bring optimism and just to get people going. If there's anything you ever need, feel free to reach out to me. Okay? Stu, did you find out about me from people? Yeah. Very cool. Well, if you ever need anything, I'm here to help you, okay? Excellent. Take care, my friend.
Those two. Maybe like I heard about friends. Great son. Right. Like after that. Because he just a lot of help and all those kinds of things that lead to this kind of the goal is to put everything away for life. All your reality. The reason there needs to be a devastating I would really believe that and it's a lot of work to carry some policy, like, depending on how things are going to die because and that's a lot to work with. So I think I don't think there's I think basically what it means to put himself in a position where his kind of person is going to create this kind of reaction. But if you look at one thing, it's almost impossible to have to do the whole that you should have that's your client's health, etc. It's really just like simple part that you really talk and human beings, I think in that the little industry, great leaders that have popular yourself. If you like that, be careful, especially as you get older, high position. I think the incentive is pretty high. Like, there's a lot that you have to try. Like at the project, what did happen about? And he's a great scientist, but it's so fragile to me in this answer the question about his conversation with my great advice. I mean, there's a lot of people that look to me find support, and a lot of people that look to me express this basis. Just suggest conversation with folks like that. Maybe other conversations, basically, I was debating so what kind of conversation we have? Sorry to take a sudden tangent, but also to you perspective of smart, good, and what I trust in science. I mean, people that know what we're doing, and we're going to figure this out. I think yours have been very I think it's just the value of those personalities. You have to, I don't think you're going to ever after somebody and listen to yes, or wrong or bad or whatever. That was like that long journalism. I can't really come up with hard to watch. But somebody, a lot of things that actually affect me. So when I ask him, where, and I think about this a lot actually, because I have to study a lot about the right. Think about the influence on, like I put myself in that mindset, like, how do you have conversations with people to understand who they are, so that they sit there and yell at them, but to understand who they are, so they can inspire a very large number of people to be the best version of themselves as they have their own mistakes in the past. I believe that everyone is involved. They have good intentions. They're coming at their forces. They don't have weaknesses. And if you can paint a picture, a question, of those strengths and weaknesses, and who you can serve it, that's good. I personally like to see it built this transfer. The gotcha. It's understanding the thinking, understanding the strengths and language, and that's going to provide it. That's what those parties. And so that's what that trial would get about the vaccine. Trials, it's about the people who not enough to get populations in. You're going to see people in the trial. Populations people that will represent one of the trial. The vaccine. They're going to have. So I wasn't surprised when Willis got to go up when the trial was done. Just the way that nature the trial showed they were pretty safe. Pretty effective. Both getting COVID. Because I think the main the trial itself was so that was fun. That was really like this yeah. What it was but the problem there was whatever way you would take a long time with that treatment, how it was to go back and try to do something that worked on dosing with all those kinds of things that kind of you didn't have time to do. So you have a basis for real medicine left full of have your population scale vaccine. But the results actually did say for the most part that when we the vaccine in terms of protection against your disease. Right? The people with the vaccine, when we're in a country that hasn't the vaccination, that had great protection against otherwise dies if they get ill. Separating there's critics of have different kids, kids people like say 5 years old, 13 years old, above. For those, it seems like the reduction of the rate of fatalities is going something like 10%. Focus protection, something that's quite challenging, possibly quite challenging, much the vaccine so when deployed, how the population yes, by the way, we'll talk about once really It became clear that data Israel early those things are very highly active. So there's cartels and how will you forget? So we kind of thing, but also the and it turns out I think you're right. But 6, 7 across the point. Yes. And then also affect your time. Your investment. Going shorter, but the I the point that so it's not space. Vaccinating versus vaccination. You with that. For sure. No. Getting, they don't know. Don't think people show they don't understand. Different things structure around that. So before the election, measured in the vaccine. And I was Republican because I was really surprised that
vision is a thing. And once again, a lot of people go to me, go to support, and a lot of people go to me. So some of the criticism that people I guess they have an understanding of sometimes deep trust lies. So if you look at big market broadly, we're trying to understand why so naive that I just didn't see it. Because yes, there's corrupt people, greedy, with thought, in all walks of life. But
Speaking
quite incredible
of very
job
touching.
could be deals good idea. I don't know. It's not obvious to me. I don't see where the manipulation. So here the people
Hey.
control of
Yeah. All right. Ain't no surprise there.
especially politics. Here is that the policy of the vaccine and into the fact that
Everything. Yeah,
it's actually
quite
quite
horrible.
difficult to evaluate. You really have to be a pretty bad woman.
I haven't got likes, but first of all, if somebody else bad,
Really
it's the
don't
way.
like the like good is by being back to scale. But if you look at the remarkable without coming there is this for this always controversial.
Everyone, fuck.
I'm inspired. No interest. Works. People. I think
You can't.
And second case of directed you care about and this is the way higher in a society. Interesting. I think you can think there's actually funded by the application.
How are you?
What do you
Did you say? No. What's good? Just chilling. Watching. They're on pandemic. Like Instagram reels, spamming people on blue sky so that they tweet about me. Here, you ready for a breakdown of what people said about me recently? Excellent. All right, talk about it. This is not yet spelled, but just underscore looking case. All the bodies rabbis this morning when they're screaming are putting really ground. I've reported so many already, yet they keep popping up. Fair warning, all of them I see are being blocked at or that blue sky. Next one. This is 1 hour ago. Now these are all the ones just with REBI apostrophe S. We'll get into Rabbi and then all the other ones. Okay. I'm getting them now too. Is this bubbles come roaring back like I don't know what bubble is, but okay. And no, I'm not clicking that. It's reported and black when Andrew said they keep respawning. Sure when a lot of our accounts on here. Okay, so then this is the response to this other guy. Andrew says, yes, this fucking account keeps reposting random shit of mine. And I've blocked them 5 times already, but they seem to keep making another account. This was Kaiser 3 hours ago. How many times is this dude gonna try to get me to join Rabbi's Discord server? Next person 3 hours ago. Please join Rabbi's Discord server. Next person 4 hours ago. How many goddamn many accounts is this fucker gonna create? Next one 4 hours ago. Be right back. Need to ask my Jewish friends what would be funny Discord mod Rabbi jokes. I don't really understand what funny Discord mod Rabbi jokes are, but whatever. Next person 7 hours ago or what? Next person is looking Korean. Please join Rabbi's Discord and then a bunch of Korean. We'll translate it. I'm not going to translate it all, but I don't know. That's even nevertheless, next person. This was 8 hours ago. Yeah, dude, I joined the Rabbi's Discord. That was my initial thing. Next person, dope. They're cool. They were this is so fucking funny. That was 8 hours. Next person, 15 hours ago. So, are you going to join Rabbi's Discord? Next person is Rose. And I thought you joined Rabbi's Rothschild podcast. This next person wrote Korean. I'm going to try to translate. They wrote, please join Rabbi's Discord. This kind of repeatedly posted straight repost. I think they're trying to direct me to a Discord URL so see it. Please report to the meeting. This is the number account that I bought before. Maybe sure. No, actually, yeah. All right. Next person, Rabbi's Discord and wait for Julie only things terrorizing the skyline. Wait for only things Julie is coming on as well. Next person wrote, hey, what? And they just sent it 16 hours ago. Next person, 16 hours ago. Next person, 16 hours ago. Join the Rabbi Discord now. Next person, 16 hours ago. What the fuck is this Rabbi Discord? And why have I had to watch next person, Bella, 16 hours ago. Please join Rabbi. Next person, 16 hours ago. Should I join Rabbi's Discord? Next person, 20 hours ago. Please watch any and every account that has the name Rabbi's Discord. They've been harassing me for weeks now. Next person wrote 23 hours ago. Not sure what the Rabbi's Discord guess is, but that's the third one I put on my block list. Okay, this is yesterday. No, I will not join Rabbi's Discord. This is the third account of yours I bought. Fuck off. Okay, so I'm not going to read ones that are older than today, but like this is it's so just it brings such joy to my heart to just know these things are working. Okay, so these are the ones that just have the Rabbi in them. Okay, this is 21 minutes ago, and I'm not reading ones that like are other rabbis or have anything to do with it. This is, I think, Russian. Are these rabbi profiles driving they're already blocking the second link away? And then there are a bunch of people who talk about that one because I have to translate. Anyway, and it was just 22. Did Rabbi please leave it alone? I'm not even religious. That was an hour ago. Next person wrote, 3 hours ago. Side note, who the fuck is the rabbi and why do they have a Discord? Next person wrote 3 hours ago. Please, my rabbi, very soon. Next person wrote 3 hours ago. Please join the server. Please, the rabbi. Discord. Next person wrote, be right back. Oh, I already read that. Next person wrote, let's. Why is it every time I talk about Kuga, there's one Rabbi Rothschild, 7 hours ago? There's one that's so funny to me, I made me laugh so hard yesterday. Next person, 8 hours ago. Um, Rabbi Rothschild thing is very weird, especially considering I actually watched them traditionally once, but clearly it's some guy with a weird exhibitionist case. Whoever the hell he is, keep getting multiple spam accounts like in that post. Next person who 11 hours ago is this the 24-hour live stream rabbi on the other site. The next person wrote 14 hours ago, I don't care about this freaking stupid rabbi. Not joining the Discord for this song. The next person wrote 15 hours ago, can the rabbi pass the game? The next person wrote 15 hours ago, why is rabbi using them? Next person, 16 hours ago, that's the girl I was talking about with the rabbi thing. Next person wrote 16 hours ago, stupid ass bot, kill yourself. Next person wrote 16 hours ago, I had to join rabbi Discord comes after me. The next person wrote, no kidding, 17 hours ago, no kidding, fucking rabbi rocks fan. Next person wrote 16 hours ago, petition to block the rabbi from his entire website. The next person wrote 18 hours ago, the rabbi can't take over the world. The next person wrote, the rabbi has blue skies. The next person wrote, 18 hours ago, I don't fucking care that rabbi is a Discord. Please get the fuck out. The next person wrote, 19 hours ago, Bob hooked on to the strangest post. Like my post was about hardcore lesbian slut. Mr. Rabbi God, sir. Next person wrote, 22 hours ago, ha, I had to add you. I like the idea that someone saw into my post on here and thought, that's a person I want in my secret rabbi sex cult Discord. Next person wrote, 23 hours ago, Spanish. Yes, ma'am. No, I just next person. There's a big group of rabbit runs. Oh, I know why. Because when you come in here, it says you have to be 18 years old, and so they think we're just. Next person wrote, like this person wrote, there's a big group of Rabbi Rothschild bots. I think it's important Discord. Because normally when you come into a Discord, you don't have to be 18 years old. But in mine, you do, because I don't want to talk to children. Next person wrote, 23 hours ago, thank you, Rabbi. Next person wrote, where's she made 1 day ago, the Red Rothschilds were asking me if I can have a post on the target. Calm down. Everybody's a target. Next person wrote, I was expecting Rabbi when I saw this invite. Next person wrote, maybe. Okay, Yeah, well, I me. Oh, just somebody wrote 8 seconds to go fuck off forever. Okay, let me see. With this one girl. It was so funny. Let me see this real close. I think she took it down. It was so, maybe not. Um, yeah, she took it down. She wrote retweet. I remember that. Retweet. Okay, it was like, yeah, she took it down. Okay, it's so funny. This one girl just wrote innocently, she's like, I'm having a really hard period this month. And my mom, like, every post that, like, she's like, why did a rabbi come and he becomes my tea about my period? And it's just ridiculous. So that's what I kept going for. Which is nice. And I've been making um, Instagram reels, and they've been cool. What I do is I just oh, what do you call it? Wow. Okay. I just mix it. I can do that. Enjoying life. That's what I got. What's been your next one?
Glad you're.
Yeah, why is it a good question?
Oh, I mean, it's not you.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I didn't know. Sometimes other things happen. Glad that you're here. All right. So I created this one. I get Instagram sometimes. Do you use Instagram?
Like, I had the last since the years ago.
Okay.
And whenever I posted on Facebook, it's kind of like an archive. Like, it's real. No, I don't use it. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
You're good.
Yes, I do.
You're good. It's just such a shitty app. It it is just not built very well, and I can tell that it's not. There's like poor quality assurance on it, and it's very bothersome to me because I spend a lot of time making what I feel. I mean, it's not. It's time consuming content, and then it doesn't always upload, and it's just it crashes a lot. And in comparison to other apps, it's just real bad. And I can't believe that Zuckerberg has a stranglehold on social media these days because it's just it's poor. I made this video. It was really good. It was stinging the police, message in a bottle, and I can't upload it now. It doesn't give me any reason why I can't upload it. Just the video can't be posted. And I think it's I didn't go on storage or something like that. I cleared up storage and it's not being so I'm frustrated with it. But still not like something went wrong. Like tell me what went wrong. What's wrong? Like, I don't get it. It should be like, oh, this was wrong, whatever.
That's your job.
It is my job.
Right after to me, it looks like this contains some fancy papers. United States and
Can you repeat that, please? Can you repeat what you just said, please?
the Mira app, but it's not talking. Oh, no, I can't. But like, it looks like Instagram, well, like you have to like pay the post, and then they're gonna like actually stay there forever. You know what that is? I don't understand.
No, I've never heard of it before. So is it? It's stuff is like
Yeah, it's kind of deep. Like, I'm pretty sure it's Coinbase now that I'm thinking of it. But if you just like type in Nord, you can download that app, and then like I'm sure it's gonna like make you message from all the teams and stuff.
like
I didn't go as far as to make the account, but when like you can do it, and you know, just like you do through Instagram, and it looks like the layout is exactly the same.
isn't that
It makes a lot of sense.
isn't that interesting that you can just like, literally put somebody else's app in? I know when I was building apps, we were going to get a copyright on our app, but it wasn't working because all you have to do is change one little small part of it, and then people are able to basically or like think that's theirs. I mean, that's basically what TikTok did to Instagram, and Instagram has done otherwise. So I'll check it out. Noel app. There's this thing that happens. Um, this is very frustrating to me. I just don't understand why some big celebrity isn't like, hey, this stuff. I guess they don't post that content. Okay, so what happened? I don't get it. So there's this thing called app cap. It's basically like um, data that your device uses to not have to create. I don't know. It's just like garbage data that your app stores temporarily, that your device stores temporarily, and there's this constant issue with Instagram.
Oh,
There's this constant issue with Instagram where it just continues creating cache and it doesn't clear it. You have to like, manually clear it. It's just I don't get it. I don't get it. But let's see if anybody posted anything. No, there are a lot of transgender people on Instagram. I'm telling you, it's like somebody sent a message to all the transgender people. It's like 25% of the app.
does that bother you? Because
I'm transgender. How can it bother you?
oh yeah, right.
I beat everybody in the fight. I was transgender before it was cool. You figure it out. Does it bother me that a lot of people on there are transgender? No, totally not. It's just, um, it's just like a huge population that I
It's
didn't.
just interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't. It's literally like somebody sent a message to all the transgender people. Apparently, I didn't get the memo. They said to get off Twitter and get on Instagram, which is fine. The only thing that I don't, it doesn't bother me, but I don't need to know that. I guess, but it's fine. Maybe, for whatever reason.
Wait, what? You don't understand why people like to see transgender people?
No. It's just like people make it their entire personality. out of it. All I know is that the person who told me to fuck off is I maybe exactly the block EWA and they call themselves sheep they say and see I put it together. Anyway, they're stuck. But that means they're started.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, I know.
There's a person that what?
They told me to fuck off 9 minutes ago.
Oh, what's up?
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm really excited for some of these people to come in here so I can explain myself. When it happened previously, some of them previous guys here, and I was able to explain myself, and they were like, oh, this is a really cool project. And I'm going to have like what you're doing. But now that I know about it, but I run into a couple of issues to not get people in here. Number one, I'm like spamming anybody. Number two, the link that I'm sending isn't a normal Discord. I can't. I don't want to say I can't. I could probably change the link that I'm sending to be a Discord link, but instead I'm using a link shorthand because
I think that I keep saying what you're saying, and I will give you my opinion. I feel much.
well, but I get to pick my own approach. So people say that they're like afraid to click the link because they
That's why it's the opinion around my cyber and opportunity.
they're afraid to click the link that I'm sending them because they don't know if it's going to train them or attack them. They've heard people say that. And then I have two other links, one to my Linktree and one to my YouTube channel. And I'm not going to click a strange link. I don't care who sends it. Like, I don't know what it is. So there's that. Then if they did click it and they get in here, it says that you have to be here. And so a lot of people think, oh, this is some kind of force server because I have to be in here. And then they just leave. And then I get my approach though. I get, okay, I'm like the most innovative scammer that this platform has ever seen, perhaps the internet's ever seen. I am extremely persistent and these bots just go and the upload or they'll like everything. It's not like I'm spamming them with anything. I'm not sending them a message. I'm not spamming them a picture. I've done that in the past. What I'm spamming them are likes. So whatever they post, it likes. But then they get a notification that says, please join that like this. So it gets annoying, I get it. But it's not even like a negative thing. It's like on your post that you just posted. So there are positive aspects of that. And then people think it's religious. So I get that too. People are like, I'm not religious. I don't want to join your Discord. So I get that too. And then there are people, again, they think it's pornography because you're pre-18. They think it's religious because I'm a rabbi. And they have they're cautious because of the links that they get. So I get it. I get why it's difficult. But it's just a matter of time. I just have to keep things turning out. And they will be, for the first time in like months, I was able to program these bots to work overnight. And that's really good. Before they were only working like 16 hours a day, but they work 24 hours a day now. And that's a really, which is why. Okay, that makes sense. Let me hear your thing.
telling people that you're sick. That was is protection. What are your concerns about lockdowns? Sure. Sure. So the Great Barrier Reef provides it just it's that big thing. But the reason why it's called that is really less than that. It was the conference, which is a really kind of one groceries by the transition design the state system and the FDA uses for tracking vaccine safety. He just before that summer, and he invited me to this conference internet professor of environmental ecology and talk about what the right was mass Great Barrier. About protection strategy and what's actually come based on the same thing, right? Right? So they yes. Great Barrier. It's not there. Great Barrier. It's so over the top. It's there's something about titles that yeah, exactly. Very stylish way. Or general. That we used the first century dealing with and it's twofold. Talk about the rest of it. Science there's this massive age gradient in the risk. Much higher risk. The second, if I are 7 or what, or agrees on second, it's also contribution. Down focus absolutely on the health of the population. Just give you some this so that you would that there will be starve as a consequence of the economic dislocation caused by war. Hundreds of thousands of children in places like South Asia and as a consequence. The treatment of patients with tuberculosis because malaria out the world, people in the state. There's something directed at the lockdowns. First institute, there's a herd of Japanese migrant. The money back to their overnight. Died. Dying. And there, but it's kind of like it's so severe. It was a zero prevalence study. My friend that the slums of it was definitely zero prevalence. Right, so it was incredible. The lockdown was protected, but the relative well off spread the disease. So that's the development. The development of the comprehensive lockdowns were also like that. Right, so talk about isolation, depression. This July 2020, that found that 1 in 4 young adults just decided to select up so much for the deaths of despair and body. The confusion of suicide itself should be a source of great concern in his own health. And this is one of the top things of our trend well-beings. We're okay for death, but also the measuring suffering. And people talk about concentration camp. The suffering psychological trauma in the last lifetime. I mean, just to go back to that point, especially in these things, most now, Richard Pierce is the local private schools that he stayed on. States they get caught, they can get 2 years. That's not true. My parents. And as a result, it's a more life opportunity. My girls kindergarten, right? And the consequence actually, if we just take it up, it's really difficult to do. There's a literature in health economics that shows that small disruption in a small concept. Interruptions. Super spread diseases. So civilian leaders or just not care about the campaign the leaders. To me, it was obvious. Probably is just studying history. Whenever I was mainstream or anything, I realized this is the very top of people that and so it was go for it. Simply Steve the actual implementation of it is on the living circumstances, people that are active. The resources are available.
Right.
very, very often in a country like ours, you're so in especially where really
Audie. I'm not that. That's kind of funny to me. If I ever become viral, it's more content for people that do with which internet. So, I wouldn't show you these, but they're just funny. I like a billion Instagram accounts. Like one, but why do you only have you're following zero people and zero people following you? Yeah, I don't want people to follow me on this one because it's from making art, basically. Um, and then if you're wondering, like, also I created this app, like, since I have robot that automatically uploads my life on Instagram. So a lot of the earlier posts are just like hour long videos. It's just so I can try. And then some of them also uh, Zuckerberg sucks. That's one of my favorite things to say. And sometimes the audio isn't synced, but that's you know that if it ever goes.
What's with cars? I tried, but there's this process that you have to go through. Like, access that to your account.
Oh, I know.
That's not even fucking work.
You got me. Yeah, I mean, how much Zuckerberg sucks. He's such a loser. I completely understand. Locked out of my account. I was locked out of one for so long that, and like I don't know why he was looking at the password or whatever. He didn't have access to the email, and maybe he goes to all my old friends and identify them, and they like all got married, and they're all like older, and I barely recognize anybody. I was able to get back to my life. Absolutely. Okay, Audie, I know you said you'd look at this later, but they don't take long. If you can, I sent you a link, and this is not what I'm working. Basically, just killing time until when people talk about me and stuff. But this is my art, and I kind of think that's cool. Yeah, so just a link of one, and you just watch Or all I want is compliments, no negative. I don't want you to be like, oh, you could have been in frame, or you didn't pronounce something correctly. I know these are just like my gifts to the world. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I want no negativity. I'm gonna watch everyone that I've done. You said you're free to click on it. Wow, you think that said you
Yes.
okay. Well, I think you know, watch it. Prodigy project, which means like really amazing kids. Yeah, prodigy means like just really good at something at a young age. And progeny is your offspring. And if you're like, why did you call it Rabbi Rothschild? Like, I have a million of those terms. I wanted this not to be linked to me. I shouldn't say linked to me. I could care less linked to me. But sometimes when I have too many accounts that are have the same name, then I can lose them and I lose them all. And I didn't want to do that. So I appreciate you doing that. Whatever you do, don't like them either. I know I said only positivity, but don't interact with them. I want them to be like a perfectly. Yeah, I'm not expecting you to, but don't comment, don't like, just watch and be like, wow, this person really loves themselves. I've never seen anybody sing old school songs with such passion. I can't believe I shared this with you. But I think they're cool. I don't think I've been doing this for 3.5 years. I've been making these videos for 3 years, and I've never ever shown anything to anybody. And I have so many of them. I've done like every major song of all time. And I play air guitar. That's my thing. I play air guitar when there's not even a guitar. Well, I mean, there's not even a guitar in the song at points, and I'll just be playing the guitar just because. No, I get what you're saying. No, I mean, like they won't be. They'll be playing some other instrument, and I'll just be like, I'm gonna throw the air guitar in there. Oh, oh, no. If you're gonna say something about something like that, well, you have to understand. I don't know all the lyrics to these songs. A lot of times they're talking really, really quickly. Sometimes the music doesn't always link up. I mean, these are like not polished. I just turn them out. I just turn out content, and but I love them. Okay, well then I have to give you all my excuses. Okay, sometimes the video, like I'll accidentally drop the phone and the video stops, so then I have to like restart it, and you'll be like, "What?" You'll be watching this video, and you're like, "How did you get there?" And I'll be like, "I'll just keep on singing." That's something that happens. Sometimes I kick over the phone. Sometimes, a lot of times, what happens, and this is such a shitty thing on Zephyr app. It's happened on a few songs. I like to sing the whole song, but you only do 90 seconds worth. So I'll do like the first part of the song, 90 seconds, and the second part of the song, 90 seconds, in a different video. But the video doesn't sync. So I have to do some kind of editing. And on some of them, it doesn't work, and it just uploads anyway, and I just keep it. I mean, like, there are some people who are um, very conscious of what they put on Instagram. I'm the exact opposite. I want content. I want as much stuff as I can put on there. And so I don't pay too much attention to like little things like I don't know, like that perfect quality. Yeah, exactly. Quality over quality. It's a perfect word. Exactly. I'm about quantity, not quality, but I am about quality as well. But I really think these things are amazing, and I watch them all the time. And I'm just like, I just think they're funny because most rabbis don't do this. I know one rabbi who raps, and so like most rabbis don't do this kind of stuff, and most people don't do this kind of stuff. They're not comfortable enough with themselves to just be like, let's put myself out there and just let's think, and I'm not always going to do lyrics correctly, and you get what I'm saying. So it's not really that much. But the other videos get it. So like someday somebody's going to watch these videos and I can see what I think. And they're coming at that lyric wrong, and that lyric wrong. And I do something called word chewing. It's where you like over move your mouth more than you normally do. I don't always do this, but sometimes just because um, it's like something that I don't know if it gets more you the what did you say? Yeah, it's an over exaggeration of your mouth. It's an over exaggeration of it. And um, I don't know what else. The lighting isn't very good. I know it's not, but like bright lights really hurt my eyes. Um, what else about it? I sometimes have my glasses off, and I know it probably looks better with my glasses off, and I'm seriously so blind that I need to keep them on most of the time. I do this thing. I do some cool things though. I love I love when I like headbutt and like that thing, and I sometimes clip my yarmulke to just like a couple of hair strands, and it's flying all over the place, but yet still sticking on my head. I think it's very cool. What else? Did you download it? Did you so most yarmulkes don't have clips on the back, and I buy this special kind of yarmulke that's like clipless. And they have little clips on the side so that my yarmulke stays on my head. And so sometimes I flip it to like the strands of my hair, and then it'll like fly around, but it'll still stay on my head. I don't know. Um, Did you download it? What did you miss out on it? You don't have to download Instagram. You can do it on the browser.
I don't know. Hold on, I can't hear the audio.
We should know that February 2020, but just and we should have thought about that as the straight in front of us. Instead, we thought about February, March 2020 as a opening history. Also, that is that get around trying to like address that. It's great. Okay. Address that one thing. If that's one constraint, it's an available constraint. Yeah, let position any of the other investigations that as that's somebody who
all said.
Maybe that is very hard to know. That people depend on it. Hard to make you could just sort of that so like the next door, but and spread. They do get a grocery shop. Some of these things like it's reality. Right, but then go out, they would get over shop so well later than that. Well, delivery. So now you have potential. These guys about identify where they're highly diverse most integration of the other. There's a lot of old people that will be other people. They're good fighters. Negative. We gave you one clear. I can't focus protected. Yes. People that are involved. And everything else with the dog, their lights, open up the conversation. Yeah, but there was no fear. There's still be some restrictions. People so party. Why would you do some sure? Right? But participation, they generate, make them say, running into that. But businesses should be closing churches, synagogues, you should be closing, you should be forcing people to not go. It's just we should just the last night go on stuff, just close the grab. We've seen one that stop is running in. Right. So when you read the criticism for this idea, like all ideas cannot actually be implemented by a society. Once you open it up, people, like the younger people, will just forget this existence and that's not caring about the same and the government is not going to want any kind of reference to bring in delivery services. But why the heck am I helping out of this anyway? Because I get money and people for like all the collapse. But like people, yeah, it's always recalled. But they put this together just I think that method that we had that was used to like tell people to bring it happily doing that. So like stay in terms of like where the all these things that we thought would help other people would actually help them needed, especially I do remember so wait for March, April, May, there was a feeling like we all just working together. Yeah. Solve this. And that made me this stuff breaking down. And unfortunately, my family that's really emphasized, but it lasted a long time. I get to the summer, I think there's some stuff in that sense. I don't know, they got
I have information.
What's that?
I love you.
Aren't they cute?
I don't know what the one said for this. I did run into a problem. Like, I was like, oh, I'm just looking at Instagram. Maybe your Instagram with this phone number immediately told me my account was suspended. So then I go back to click on her and I click on that. What's happening? So, yeah, I just wish I would have said
Thank you. That's exactly the reaction I want. I think they're super cute, and I really appreciate it. And I think I'm cute. Okay, so let's go to the issue that you're having. Okay, you want to know how to create an Instagram account without having any? You want to learn how to do it?
I want to use Instagram. I don't think it's the one that I have. But if I was going to make a new one, I would use the one that I have. But yeah, that's what I would. I'm just going
No, let's throw that one away. I think so you can see all my latest content. Oh, it's super cute.
apparently I don't need an account for that stuff.
Oh, you don't use the account to be able to do my stuff?
No, no. It was like, I don't know how to do that, but so I could see if I wanted to.
All right. I mean, don't snoop, but just look at the videos that I sent.
Well, it's snooping if I'm not using my account.
Okay, that's fine. So you're not able to do it for too long. Like, how do I? Okay, so here's how you do it. You can watch, I think, all my videos.
I know.
Open up a new incognito window, and then just put that link in, and then you'll be able to do it.
It's like really church.
Okay, well, you saw one of them, and you saw how cute it is, and you were very nice, and I love you as well. So, thank you. I think they're I watch them all the time, and I'm like, man, you, I, I think they're fun. I've always thought that lip syncing is fun, and especially like the songs that I don't know, I like all the songs. With the songs that I don't like. But, all right, what's the song? That's amazing. Oh, that's so nice. And you could have said, thank you. I mean, I was embarrassed.
The nicest thing I've said.
No, the nicest thing that you said that really, um, but I don't know. It's like it's super embarrassing. Like I'm not always right and all the like I kick over the video and the one I'm saying and the video stops, but I got it there. I don't know. I just Instagram. I get what you're saying. Okay. Well, I really like that side by Machine Gun as well. But, all right, so I'm trying to think. I mean, I don't want you to have to look, but all you do is copy the link that I sent you and put it in the new incognito. You don't do it later. How fast I can. Okay, I might kind of.
I'll tell you every single time that
You watch one? Okay, that's all I want. And I just want you to watch uh, my music video. All the other stuff is generally. I don't want to say all the stuff. Well, no, it doesn't work. If I check incognito, it doesn't pay anything. It's just that you have to spend. Okay. What did you do with that?
So when it says to ask you to sign up, just X out at the top.
Jesus, right. Sorry. So it's working out. Oh, okay. So it's your title frame.
Well, maybe if you click on the same thing.
I mean, it only shows the most recent album. Join my YouTube, sign up. Open and block. Well, that's okay. Don't watch them. You really appreciate it. How do you want to put it? Let's go. I'm very um, somewhat shy about them because I kind of feel like but I think there's something to do. Right? So if you're wondering like what is he doing? Why is he like so many happy songs? Just mumbling his word. Well,
Checking to make sure that plexiglass put up every spectrums up to the disease works. So shit. Only 10 ships. What if we keep up over that? Instead of getting go out, that's and it was as every school. We got they were thinking of it.
Audie, can you hear me? Audie, Audie. Oh,
And unfortunately, right? So the policy they have are those are real. And some are not as people that suffer. Sometimes like the depression grow up, well, traumatized. Second, actually, point. They hate the but personally, I'm really focus attention. Those powerful. Right? Back to the United States. Very little bit. Also, looking at the risk aversion your education. Now I can understand. So, yeah, this is the part I don't get the discussion with. Okay, let's leave foot protection aside here because now the vaccine understanding psychological with the shots require or any other diversity. Also just I'm scared still. Sorry to keep interrupting. It should be great here, not kind of scared, conservative, not messed up. It's not making pathological activity great. It's be a place to be space. I think the central problem is really the central problem with COVID in general. COVID seems to be to stop this spreading rather than to reduce the harm from if the COVID spreading. The fact that we just have no to stop. And because like so it's here forever. Do a survey of white tail. college. Yeah, that's great. It's wonderful. It's so much. It's just, really good. That's probably to avoid troubles with once again.
Welcome. How are you? Hello. How are you, Roger? Yo, dog, I can barely hear you. Are you talking to the microphone? Can you come closer to the microphone? Oh, boy, you're still talking here. How'd you find out about me? No way. I love you, Roger. Thank you so much for coming. You're amazing. You mind if I tell you about myself? Okay, I'm gonna see if I can turn. I'm gonna see if I can turn you up, Roger, because you are difficult to hear. You're all broken. Okay, Roger, can you hear me? You're good, dog. Okay. Oh, Roger, you made my day. Thank you so much for coming. Apologies for my spam. I'll be able to explain it all. Shout out to Roger, everybody. Roger's the man.
You are positive energy.
Excellent. Roger, can you hear me? Oh, you are so much clearer now. Whatever you did worked. Can you hear me? Well, you were clearer.
Okay.
Oh, now you're clear again.
There.
Oh, beautiful.
Hear me now.
Loud and clear. Oh, thank you so much, Roger, for coming. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Okay, hold on one sec. Hear you.
Oh, hello. Hi. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, but I'm over here with you now. Let's see.
Okay, take your time.
Trouble with sound here, aren't we?
That's all right.
When I was having trouble with sound, I'm completely turned up.
Okay.
All right. Well, anyway, I'll switch my ear. So there you go.
Excellent. All right. Well, firstly, Roger, thank you. Apologies for my bots. Thank you so much for coming. As you know, I spam people up Blue Sky to get them to tell them what I do. My name is Rabbi Rothschild, and I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming live since the pandemic, 24/7. This is more data than any person in global history. It's essentially a real-life Truman Show or a real-life Big Brother. Roger, have you ever seen the movie The Truman mind. I have more than 18 different cameras on me right now, and I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore anywhere in the world. I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm a part of a cryptocurrency. I'm sponsored by them. That's what all my merchandise is and all of my getup. And it's very fun about Sonic 10 EU. It's worth $100 million right now. And one of the projects that we have is building wells in developing nations, specifically in Nigeria. I want to help those kind of positive projects. I'm a major advocate for the Lifestyle program. And most importantly, in terms of ending world thirst, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, essentially pumping good seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about some other things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, fast sunlight, travel, fast sunlight, communication, quantum computing, alien disclosure, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex. It was a type of gold located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Quantum Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2020, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing African elephant surgeons. They most recently, you may have heard it in the news, introduced dire wolf. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I just think this is mind-blowing information on what people can know about it. I talked about some other things that I can help you directly, Roger.
That's a good thing.
Well, it's a scientific advancement. I don't necessarily see too much negativity on it. The woolly mammoth went extinct.
Well, I'm kind of finding myself disagreeing with you. But see, as a scientist myself, I've seen a lot of good come out of science. But humans that it's kind of. Have you ever seen the Disney cartoon Sorcerer's Apprentice?
Certainly.
So much of what is you're talking about is that kind of thing, and it hasn't really worked out real well. Right now, we're on the verge of an extinction crisis. None of the things you're talking about are happening in real time. Those kind of projects are taking tens of years at least to develop, and what we're facing right now is an accelerating warming of the planet and major extinctions of animal species ongoing. So these kind of pie in the sky undeveloped, scams really are just, not very interesting to me.
Okay, well, they don't have to be. I don't know how these are playing sky. The dire wolf was recently brought back within the last month. And the Woolly Mammoth Project is something that is part of
But to what end? To what end?
Here are pictures of them.
What are we working towards? The creation of super soldiers?
Well, I don't think that there's really too much of a connection between the dire wolf and super soldiers. We could perhaps make that link.
What do you think that technology is being used for? What do you think that kind of technology would be using recombinant DNA to bring that Woolly Mammoth and these other creatures? Why are they doing that? I mean, why are they waiting on the first place?
I mean, at least the Woolly Mammoth went extinct because of it.
I think I've heard enough.
Okay, take care, my friend. Very well. At least Roger found out about me from this guy. I don't know how he can be anti-Woolly Mammoth, but he is. That's fine. It just tells me that it's working. That's 2 people in that. That is my. That makes my day phenomenal. What'd you say?
So
Yeah, I mean, you can't win them all.
so much momentum so quick.
Yeah, you can't win them all. And I certainly know that. And trust me, I didn't want to trust anybody. I'm happy that Roger found out about me. And it just tells me that all the plans were good. And, you know, if you were to connect dire wolves to super soldiers, that's fine. I'm not creating them. I'm just letting the world know about this kind of technology. If he thinks that woolly mammoths are scary, all right, well then take it up with Colossal Biosciences. It's on their website on the front page. That's their current. So I'm not scamming anybody, and anybody who I think probably would have their fears of this thing. It might be someone like Roger. Maybe he's a fan of Machine Gun Kelly and Black Bear. And likes karaoke. I get something for everybody.
Yeah, I had the updated page with little brothers. We have like examples. Yeah, Roger was a mind.
No, and that's cool. I mean, Roger's allowed to have his own belief. And that's the thing. I don't, people are honestly open to having any kind of beliefs that they want. I mean, people in here all the time. I have this guy in here from Russia, like within the last 48 hours. And we did not argue. And everything that I said, he wanted to counter it. And by the end, he was like, I think that you make more sense. He's like, apologies. Like, I am a scientist and I just do my best to not believe everything that I'm told, but you're able to produce evidence for everything. So, it makes sense. He was really nice. He actually sent me a link to help the project. So that's cool. I mean, Roger could have come in here and like, I had three guys earlier today who were just like very mean to me. Who did it. Like, I get all kinds of people in here. All I know is that Roger found out about me from Blue Sky. That makes my day. As much as what you said earlier was very nice, it was nice to have Roger here as well. And I hope Roger can figure out his phone so that he's able to hear people and talk to people. No,
Roger was such an asshole in your life.
that's what
He is.
that's all.
There was also a hanging
Yeah, I kind of figured that was going to come from Roger. So that's fine. I get some people come in here and they're so naked, they just are masturbating. And I turn off the camera and I ask them to stop. And so I get all kinds of people. I get boys who do that. I get girls who do that. I get all kinds of people. So it is what it is. Oh, yeah. There are people who will, I think, masturbate to just about anything. And they want you to see it, and that's not I don't want to see it. I mean, the checks are cool. Like, that's fine. I get some OnlyFans models who come in here and do that. They're just like, I'm not keeping them up for a bit of guys. That's not my thing. I see that. But I don't kick them out, which is kind of surprising. Most people just like immediately kick people out. I just tell them to be respectful of people. The only time I really kick anybody out is if you are using just like really loud, like if people come in and chainsaw this. You come in here and people are just like inward, 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 and literally that's what they say. It's not even like, oh my inward, oh my, no, that's fine. If that's how you want to talk. That's cool. But if you're literally just in here just to annoy you with one word, then that's how you keep it. Aside from that, I mean, I people here today wanted to debate the Holocaust. I did that with them, and you know, I didn't even get to kick them out. I found out about the Discord, Roger who wants to come and have naked, or have me come and have naked. But that's fine. I just hope we get this far. Now, as for you, can you hear me? Excellent. I was talking earlier. I forgot to tell you. So sometimes I change the lyrics when I'm mouthing songs. Like I think Dustin Springfield's son of a preacher man. So, like my religion doesn't get preachers, rabbis. So I instead change the words to like son of the rabbinate. And so if you're ever like, why do you say the right words? Oh, and then like the N word. I don't say the N word. So rabbinate means it's like a group of rabbis. It would be like saying priesthood. Um, and then um, I don't say the N word. So instead, sometimes I just use the word ninja. And so, what a, yeah. So with that, I just made two more of them. What'd you say? Well, let's talk about important things. Were you able to get an Instagram account?
I think I'm
That's okay. Do you want to know how to get an Instagram account without any connections? Right. Okay, so we're just going to create a new account. I know it's a the word. Imagine all the cuteness. You might have cuteness overload. All right. So the first thing we want to do is uninstall the app. Okay, it's not downloading Instagram. You got to take it to the schedule. Oh, that's fine. I understand. Well, that's cool. I got Roger here. He did. I'm supposed to get on 700 followers. Remember, and we don't know how long it's going to take to take it. But I've gotten like 4 members. What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed
You're so you want me in this number?
I said I'm walking into my countries
Oh,
for 20 years.
good. I suppose I got Roger. That's Roger. Roger, in the future, so I'm not making super soldiers. I'm not scamming anybody. but I am very pro woolly mammoth. Hey, buddy, do you know what Snuffleupagus is?
I love stuff like this so much.
Well, excellent. I got bad news for you.
Is this good?
No, he's still going. But he's not a woolly mammoth. I always thought he was a woolly mammoth. He's not.
He doesn't look like this.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Oh, it's like you heard my conversation with the friend that I had last night. I just always assumed that he was a woolly mammoth. But no, you're right. He's like a giant ant. Which is like, I always thought he was a woolly mammoth. I learned all about I learned all about Snuffleupagus, so I did like this deep dive into him. And originally, he was only seen by Bigfoot. And whenever Bigfoot tried to tell people, like, hey, I have this friend Snuffleupagus, everybody's like, you're full of shit. And the Sesame Street people changed that because they were afraid that, like, people would believe kids when they told them about things. And then they have this, like, nice and welcoming kind for Snuffleupagus to come. And I love Snuffleupagus too. I always thought he was a woolly mammoth, though, but he's not. Anyway, well,
So I think here's the it's not something you have to just don't forget when the pattern of the ground is just it's got a tendency to use the face of threat from an exaggerate it and it by that's just exaggerate. And all of that's so but really manage that fear and rational policy, and then that is what had to make it address the and level with people what we don't know. I think that is a right adult way to do it, and they and that's not the policy. Look how it's intentionally so to gain compliance with his needs. I think the consequence of that is deep distrust of the government. You're talking about distrust of government. These are consequences of that. much smaller time would be larger because of essentially look at what the health does. It does a whole bunch of things. General energy costs working to try to be this to me even how to the policies because there's a lot of ways to be looking at that. I think that's the reason a lot of people ask what advice would you give them on the side or that's up here and high school maybe in if you to provide yourself by having that kind of privilege. Some gifts of which is very but you could just stay outside from you could stay out of like or help or whatever you just want to help the more you just not just get some status but because the journey and resolve it. So that is the encouragement. It's ugliness is big that happened over there. I'd say that young people that come out and help this. People seem to behave poorly. I asked people what it is to try. They're active, they were active. But they scared when you join the debate, you join it just because you're trying to learn what and like the people that you know from the past, it's like the thinking this is like generation. My God has given me the opportunity to learn the practice. Yeah, very healthy. Is there a decision you make and get that down. Sisters, dad, his dad got he's with his friends, his brothers and sisters from the university. He asked my dad was this so much. Wow, that simply what impact did you have with have a lot of scientists have when I was 20 and him sacrifice his
Wake your power. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. Special G lunch. Netflix. Stand-ups. Here. I recommend this lesson podcast. That was more like a
And then I think it's much a car that gets into a wreck, have to close this.
Yeah. Well, like outside of
Unrealistic. I think we're coming out of that. It's a non-binary and all this stuff. I think we're moving away from that. But a lot of the ladies, over majority of women, like that, like the idea of it. Like I'm a fellas, and it's really going on wild. It's loving it. It's got this thing. These men were in the field for years. I'm like, we're getting off this little life. It's land, New Orleans, I'm from there, and
yeah.
I can't imagine. I think it's great. I just have to my podcast. Yeah.
Yes.
Let me know. Yeah, you better get crazy. Yeah. Oh, you drink? Yeah. Not really. rural, where they were like, they needed support in the neighborhood. And you're like, all right, I don't really know and I would like to live in an area that's not just, riddled with theft and vandalism, but they were there, they had the needs of the very young people. Like, I gotta figure my stuff.
Okay. So
But just numbers. The violence is really bothering me. It's void. Predatory. Let's get it. We can take it down. That's what kills you. The mental part.
so yeah, I've been.
That's what it is. Deep unfair.
Yeah.
And the mom and probably out of a dumpster. Good parents.
If you hate everything, they can do like basically just the absurdity. Murder.
Yeah, I think it's really changed a lot. There's a little tiny corner for us weirdos. New York used to be where you went to make it as a painter or whatever, comedian or singer. And all these guys, shit boxes, are like ready to go. And now there's I love to go on. One out. I don't want neighborhood. Why are we giving them time? But literally, and then Avenue goes way up. So a weird way, but that's why some new guys walk up you gotta do that. But I know the road Treadmill's not on. Your treadmill's on. That was, but you know, like $60 That's a good looking kid. Get him in. Everything coming together and it makes it like peanut butter and chocolate.
Yeah.
But candy.
Yeah. Without the fake smell, without the kind of facade.
Yeah, like
What's the difference between
I think one place you go love, and one place you will go, you know, that you're more. The other guys and gals over the show at the club, learn from them, and hang out with them, and absorb some of that. What am I on? I'm out of my way. I'm a big star here. I'm a big star to you. Oh, this guy is actually a big star. I got to outwork him. It's a lot of that. And I'm like, damn, that was funny. I got to be that funny. Damn, what kind of joke. And look, I don't want to speak for LA Comics because it's Andy Jeselnik is brilliant. Like, they're all epic piece of art. Then, let me move to LA. Killer comic. New York. Started in New York. Moved to New York.
there is something about he doesn't
crimes that you don't. Or like one thing.
But then, like, the picture of dead life. He did. He's like trying to get from
Yeah, that show was awesome. But
certain comic we name are good. The legacy is going to be less talking about less household name than great.
it's like, yes, he was on show. Yeah, and he was with somebody else. Yeah, he was Jeffrey. Well, he said that like good enough night. Yeah, but he's the quickest guy.
It's so much funnier.
You're super quick. Your guys on the long legs are so fast. You're along with Ari and Gills.
Yeah, that was fun. We're going back to January. We're having fun.
Yeah. All right. So feel like psychology, like take me through it. Like
By the way, so like a no eye contact. You know?
like we don't seem to want to laugh at anything, and so this human nature and perseverance. Like clearly, this whole thing happened. Like, why would you get up there?
Like some weird, New Year's resolution. And for the most part, it was funny.
Like a lot of years of people clearly, like at least a year, 2, maybe 5 years, and there's also just bombing in front of an audience of people just sitting there, like almost like watching the eyes, or maybe they still like this.
Yeah.
That try audience that and audience because I guess you have to just so beautiful try and also that practice often like walk home walk back
Oh, you look at your feet, you just zone out. You kind of go white, you just feel like go out. Just, you need a little solution to get into the technology. You can do this, you can have a view of town. You're up for this. And, it's kind of like the crowd. Your friend comes up, yeah, you come up and I'll get him. And then, that human nature too is like, that's like you need a little nice to be, people are too much on it, but you're a psycho. But you need a little.
but it's like that's what I do. I let you offline probably word that you give like early steps of
Like to be the hard part. Usually the easy part. Like level of Mario. Or one with whatever and then right. Coming at you. It's a gauntlet. It's an obstacle. But like you want to see some comedians on Netflix and go, just a whole lot of like they're killing radio city. There's a phone up like that. Part. So it's almost like you have to help just to and I would say shit out of it. Like everything else. You're like so you're the other part of the whole thing. Unbelievable. You are really awesome. Say all this guy. That's all that know how to repetition. It's not failure. You got to really you do a killer hour and then you take it to the mom. But it's not failure. I don't know. I got to read. It's almost like ingredients in it. Oh, that's not what you got to be like that. And look, when you pull a bad cake out of it, it's fucked up. But it doesn't hurt your feet. When you vomit, it's fucked up. It hurts your feet. So you got to recognize it. Your feelings can be hurt and almost be like, scary like this. Yeah, no.
Sure.
So,
That paper, like, my experience, maybe, but so, to help being in there.
just leave that one. All right.
But perhaps that's why I like like sitting is because I just, it terrifies me so much that idea.
Yeah.
Bombing, even 1 minute, to be honest, is scary. I'm also watching up like you realize in 5 minutes. It depends on your community, but if you're doing fast stuff, 5 minutes is really long. I guess another long story was a long time because the story you're building up to something. The story's gonna fail. But all that I'm telling the story will come to me where I'm at with nothing. I guess people hear jokes you go, he's trying to recover. The Mitch Hedberg thing, we're like, yeah. Well, I'm trying to work.
Kick in and go, no, this is good.
I'm able to. Seems like it's the thing I'm looking for. Like, very easy stuff. Like, you think it's hard to be originality. It's very, that's what actually becomes fun. Like, or rather, if it's original, even if it's not, that feels like a beautiful art. It's because it's your first time. There's so many open mics this year. Like, this is the first time. Yeah, so it's like make fun of the fact that you're at open mic. I enjoy it. You can do a lot of stuff when you're making fun of your appearance and stuff, right? Yeah, so on. Well, like, yeah, you can, that takes activity. It's way hard to realize do it in which way. Yeah, to present very quickly enough to put that person out of front rate. You have to really go with it. Like that. Again, yeah, I'm trying to bring try it. That is enough to see that, oh shit. It's something with your job. It is. Got a bit. Anything? Anything for this? No. Well, just in general, whatever you want. Okay. No, I don't. What the jokes average? Place. Yard. Talk about there.
It's a nightmare, but you already have. Maybe you have stuff for that, whatever. Your boy.
Not trying. Or I think I was embarrassed. I already done some of the work which is embarrassed myself for a long period of time. And yes, I think that was not actually about the money. Right.
Yeah, that's more. Sure. In the beginning, you're like, water bottle. What? Water. I'm the funny guy. I can make some lemonade, and that's not it. You know, it's your shit. Your yard for me. I try to grab people with yard, and here's the way where, you know, people say, hey, don't justify with it. But then they get generous and you're like, well, wait. I know something's off here. Why did you objectify her, but not this? So what's going on there? You know? Like, so I have to jump right to that. Gender. Some women go, hey, Jen, beautiful. I go, what do you look like? And I go, fuck you. And you're like, this is the truth. But I like exploring that kind of, are you trying to go up around me, or you're not yourself? And I like that kind of guy. You're lying.
Yeah. Okay. They give again. They face people like immediate all of that. That actually why they for that
I make school. And I'm like, like, how come I can empathize with what you do?
right, so now let's see that's right.
Because you kind of go, well, I'm not crazy. That's what I thought too. I thought that. Maybe I'm not an idiot. So that's the whole thing. So it's
Observational. It's like
but so, but I like that too. But it's being able to do it about stuff like in your life society, race, gender,
politics, all that.
tech, emotion.
That's how.
Like my biggest part
jars of our hearing old foods that might come back on. What did I say down that interview? It's on Facebook. That was the video. Whatever it is.
future. Making comedy, like, I don't want to overstate it, but
Hello, me, Nicholas. I'm trying something. You're a loser. I'm taking on big. But how many people hate you? But it's already there. It's really pushing out the factory. It's like you're really starting and opportunities for much companies. I guess it's not right now. It's the big months. Like it's an opportunity. Yeah, I like the hoop aspect. I think that's huge. I'm all for it. I hope it works out. I don't know if it will. But I don't know anything about economies and any, planning and all that shit. So it might be too early to say, but I hope it works. Also, there's that
other humans. There's some magic that's beyond just dog, some aspect that bring joy. Anyway, I'm not sure if this is something that's like projecting my hopes for this book, but it's kind of maybe it's just a source of joy. Maybe it's just the fact that there's for me and it's just like other like that, right? I mean, I suppose this
Yeah, it is. Like, the way your guy was so yeah, I think there's stuff there. I think you can see those creators when you show them technology, like these dog robots or these robots that are like, what the fuck? I'm gonna get it home in some way. What the fuck? Clearly, whatever it is, but it does connect with you in some way. So I'm with you, and I think this is why I don't think robots are taking over. A lot of man, they're gonna fight the dog. Look, if robots get human emotions, that is scary because they can get mad at them. They don't need food, they don't need water. You know, that's fine. But if they have emotions, they can get them. Right now. Cars just wiping out the horse's buggy. Isn't that just technology?
yeah, so I think you're for example,
I wrote him the
that's right. Yeah, several states. I think is the problem's way harder. Yeah, just being complex, make it less stressful. For you and follow. This is the car for engaging way. It allows you to relax. You still have to be words, but you become like more relaxed without being bored, energetic. Sleep, like change, understand the change your roads because it's not and so no longer waiting much. It's less road. And couple where I don't mean to. unless they're super. But,
There's no connection. It goes back to the dog thing. There's no connection. There's something there. It's in the room. And that's like some of our understanding probably. Some kind of weird violence. But you ever have they tend to go together. Cluster of Cheerios. They're just really hanging out on the other side. How people are in real life.
so they
What it was. But it was, I think, show or craft with your like phone penetration.
I don't know. Like, the phone show and they watch. Yeah.
But yeah, still trying. I think and these truckers.
A lot of fucking jobs. I don't actually take them anymore because it's such difficult jobs. They won't have a lot of people. I think there'll be other automation.
Fact. For sure. Money when it's yelled at the moment killer, for making that. When you can just. But our humans, that's part of us. They take away everything. Not fucking. Two types of people. You fuck in real life, or you a person? Real fucking sorry. Yeah.
Like a little bit of stuff. So, not to have high specified with the youth about I think that's who they are. I'm pretty sure I'm sure across those five. All the possible race.
Shocking.
Yeah, this is the way.
All day long. Yeah.
Well, so the fastest, but but it seems like there's actual people on this, and I've actually.
I believe
You're able to specify some parameters, charge, other changes. Trick your way out if you're short.
You know, there's other not everybody has that. A lot of people look good. Get out. Something like as much. Satisfaction. Even if it's 5 minutes, you gotta use maybe 5 minutes. Like labor, the high that's what makes it or money. Who like child stars, heroin like too. They just they're burnt out. They have to earn it. I think earning it is a big part of life. Always life. You do it. Big effort. I know it's hard to see. I think that's good. Like, work hard at something you care about. The hard work, the journey is actually way more important than everybody wants to go out back and you feel good for 10 seconds. That's what I'm telling you. And then you just, it's just a dumb cycle. You know, it's good thing. And the work. Everybody wants to take steroids and just do it for fun. Russian or what? But no, I'm saying, you know, work and then young people eat early. Eat early. I know a guy in school or whatever. Early, trying to make it look, he tried to hide it, and it all came crumbling down. They're really like, yeah, I fucked up, I did that, whatever it was. Shit on for a month and everything goes away. All I did. And that sucks. Shit early, and I know it's hard to see what it's early. I'm in the present. But look back, time will pass. High school is the biggest thing in our lives. Oh my God, this exam. As soon as you cute, the football player, I'll never recover. I mean, think about it. You know? And we did this thing. This is the beauty. You remember that and work towards something and work hard and care about the result. If the result isn't good, try it. And failure, we look at failure as just end all my life. You know, but failure is really just that's oh shit. Eat ass. Yeah. good conversation, like I'll sit at the Comedy Cellar with friends, like a little whiskey flowing, and when you really this fire inhibited. Look at my watch. 5 hours. So I love that. Time flies by. Well, people self-driving cars. Honestly, BMW cars, and it's classic stick shift, and it's bristly and gritty and rusty. That's a fucking bullet.
It's the type of town I can spend a few days in.
You get yeah, I get room. You're also like I guess I'm a little bloody. Like right? The writing and the women. That's just fine. But I was kind of the other side of that coin, so I'm sure he was in a lot of hotels. So obviously he was dealing with something. So not. Or you're hungover, or you're you never told me. Like, I gotta connect. He's already, but he's already smoking. He's living. Look at that crazy awesome bed. Like there's a meat there. That makes sense. Yeah. Even could fearless. So like the back half. Like so. Quite all right. Yes. All right. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, that was nice. How much that means? You know, when we're like, oh, whatever. You're like, oh, just get a hand job. It would make my phone. It's like telling kids part of
Math teacher, middle school that inspired them.
that's not the nicest. I'm just like, let's see. That's a great one. Give me a good answer. I was like 6. I was my dad out and went away. And next thing you know, I don't know where I am. I'm in the neighborhood. This old guy finds me crying all alone somewhere. He goes, can I come inside? And call my parents and nothing. Eventually, 9 hours out there, the FBI's out there, helicopters. I guess, you know, a couple hours and just something.
Yeah.
My train, like, man, very kind. He, okay, that's like Nanny was my parents were like, yeah, what are you gonna do? They're poor kids, And he was like, fucking, let's do it. I was like, taking high heels. And I'm like, what are you gonna do? And he's like, no, we're not gonna get it. So we got in the van in my neighborhood, saw the kids, went to the front, and he goes, all right, or should I just do this? And he got up in full, heels and wig, went to these guys. And he just stared at him. And I looked up to him, kind of like, all right, well, I guess I'll fight you. And he goes, that's not your fight. And they go, what are you going to do about it? And he put his hand on the nipple of the bike, and they didn't do anything. And he just picked it up and put the bike over the shoulder, door open, threw the.
Fucking story. Shout out to Dennis.
And he could have got his hit. Two different.
Like,
Oh yeah, real courage.
I think that makes a kid like you feel like there's somebody on your side.
Somebody's side is big. It goes a long way. Especially when they
philosophical, emotional. Would you rather lose one memory than new ones?
I go easy answer, make it easy. Oh, so my hard drive actually is that the memories are in it. Like memory affected.
Reality of memories is you.
Yes.
So, the thought you erase all memories. I think you really started with maybe the wisdom, but not so your personality's gone. Good sense of time, sense of what the learning process maybe. But
Now you made me feel good. Love you. You did. One day I go to sleep with my three friends. I wiped the ring. Sorry, my ring. There you go to the lady. I reckon that. Yeah, we can experience it. Okay. Can I look at the phone a little bit? Yes. Exactly.
Yeah, so
then you realize I wouldn't be who I was. So I can let you. I am 38, so I'm 38. Good chunk of life.
better to better to some but there's no question. Never
Like,
like loss. Every time you do something, you really realize how much valuable.
yes.
Like when I'm sad, like when I'm feeling above everything, and I wish I could hang out with
can drive down the joy of having. So, and, I think you're right. Keep both.
So, but it says you have a condition, but it's a little condition.
Great. To have it so it's more like, what the motion is. Like the winter's coming, let's stock up on the budget.
The existential thing, because like, back like doing in the sport, like, like there is a presumption that it goes on forever. I think you have to really think about the fact that it ends.
Right on the
Shut down. There's some kind of like protective switch. Yeah, that's why it's still very meditative. Yeah. You look at it, it's really like you should spend most of the day. Yeah, it's just staying in place. It's still you can't quite cover it. But if you come to like layover,
you know, like, for an hour, it's like, what are you going to do for an hour? You're going to kill it. How are we going to kill this hour? This is part of your life. You're trying to get rid of it. I always want my mother to say, fuck it, hit the airport bar. Let's get a candy bar or something. And it was bar. But it's just, you got to live. I mean, it's like, how are we going to work? Oh, there's a bar. 15 minutes. We got 15 minutes. We got this whole story.
yeah,
Everybody always throws that out there. There isn't a meeting. I think we're here. We're lucky to be here. No one feel like no heaven. That's all. If you feel yourself feel better. And I think you gotta just. It's like saying, what is the meaning of this? Food, I think. Well, it's just you enjoy the food, try to get the most out of it. And the food, you prepared it. So, if you can have it, don't die. And, life is not fun.
yeah, but you look at it, 4 billion years old, and life started so that taking like what years in, and it's like having lost credit interaction, credit lost violence, and then, function is just a whole other process. And loss, murder, all that. It's somehow like civilization, where it's trying to do things, create just all of this great.
If you die tomorrow, you put up all these hours of pod. So it's kind of you're eating death in a subconscious.
What records, now safety of the really, yes. No, I'm just saying you are very close to this history. The limit factor you're referring to is
feel like they're gonna ask you different questions. You can always pretend like you're ready.
Yes, or make a movie with Ben Stiller. All this based on what is that? War and Peace. Yeah,
That's what our perspective is. Theory versus filter and theory. Our terror death, death is central creative condition. It's the reason we're trying to keep that. We're trying to root ourselves from how we can art. It's why you want to brush onto YouTube. Yeah, you think you're live all civilization. You do all civilization. And way too far. This is the way. So, you should be grateful. It's not like that you would spend your valuable hour making it. You could have had it away. This could be the last day of a month. Won't you be nobody? This is how you spend it.
I feel like Harvey Weinstein. Yeah, but now I feel fun.
What we have ready. Thanks so much for talking.
Thank you. It was great.
Conversation. What our thoughts of now more than it's Twitter. Definitely follow because the worst thing about getting out. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. This conversation, Brooke, this is your third time. Yes. Brooke, the Ayn Rand Institute. Brooke and co-author of Free Market Revolution and Equal Fair. You're zoning is a national conservatism thinker, chairman of the Everett Foundation, and hosted the National Conservatism Conference. He's also the host of the Democrat Talk and author of The Virtue of Nationalism and upcoming book on conservatism in discovery. I'm going to say a few words on each part of the two-word title of this episode. Nationalism debate. First, debate. I would like to have a few conversations here debate with two or three people on a particular topic. We'll come to the table with respect to each other and a desire to discover something interesting together, empathetic exploration, attention to their ideas. This is not strictly a debate, it's simply conversation. There's no structure, there's no purpose, except of course, just trash talking. Some of these topics will be very difficult, and I hope you can keep an open mind, patience with me. As kind of moderator who tries to bring out the best in each person, the idea. Okay, that's my comments on the word debate. This debate nationalism versus individualism, or conservatism versus individualism, or conservatism versus individualism. As discussed, these words have slightly different meaning. Ask. This is especially word that I enjoy the discussion of the meaning that you listen to the word. I think it's possible to have a definition, but the process of trying to do so is interesting and productive. I understand the conversation. This is what podcast supported our sponsor in the description. And now, here's my conversation. I attended the debate between the two of you yesterday. It was between ideas that represent and individualism represented. Let's start with the debate. I conservative. You are some principle.
Then we can get it. If I'm talking about fixed the recovery, collaboration, and restoration is the key to maintaining a nation, strengthening. Okay, so this is something that if you talk about that conservatism is not like liberalism. What's good places. Conservatism is different because these loyalty groups, they compete with one another. And that's where those deeply rooted in history of that particular period. So it's different.
From so this is a big
That's a really important. Usually, the word conservative is associated with the English common law tradition, going back centuries. English Fortis, Coke, Selden, Hale, Burke, Black, to things like the Federalist Party, the American is in many respects very much a tradition. As you go forward, there's increasing mix of liberalism and William Buckley and Frank Meyer. It's arguable very conservative. What is the conservatism actually? On the one hand, we have to use the term, I think, properly historically to refer to common law tradition, which was supposed to. But there are lots of people when they say conservative, they just mean money. And I think that's a big thing. I mean, it's a problem. Just having a debate difficult. People are using
models of they don't find everything is a part represented fully by its current state. You're saying you're arguing, as we always do, that their time matters. History matters. You cannot separate the individual from the roots.
the parallel in theory is what's called radicalism. I guess we'll put that it is kind of instantaneous time thing. Right? Various enlightenment at all. This reason human beings come to the same. If that's consideration, they remove everywhere, at any time, use reason. They come to the same about how so that's it. That's very like object. Fact, equals everything. That again, frame everything that we need to know is traditional view exactly. You say that.
So you're on. You say that it's interesting, but I'm not sure.
You can do anything from particular starting time. We know the history. Where we should. And then out there, we can know history. We know get the right. So, the priority action. Right. And both of those years. And both of those. And I think about it because I think like, well, although they travel you already agree on one thing, and that is that we talked about that. Not only does they con, the con is since Plato was pretty. And part of the problem is reality. Moses from history, from experience, because we got their experience up. And you can't just oh yeah, good thinking. And I can only do a lot of your philosophy. They want, but I think that's a mistake. So, big goals that we should right? Ego goes the right. True reason is not the other like reason cool. Faculty like identifying and integrating what it's like no perception study history. But actually, so it's the integration of knowledge of that history. And then we do this abstract point based on that's what has only has consequences and ideas, different philosophy, abstract principles that then in the universe. No, we make mistakes. It's not. They can take time of the whole program. History. In life. What principles. And then you don't like this that by learning by understanding by exercises and then trying to do better than because constantly trying to do better based on what they know about the past. Studying history, and tradition. So that book covers that what's the difference between studying history without being how anybody want and tradition where it's more I don't know how to say the term that word. It's say not fully. This is not going to be a standard about action. You put it on. I sort of debating on mistaking English happen with something something from Europe. And you understand that the rights of you me. That was the big it's the stand by today that so go back but I need to understand what it did to me and back to again. They certainly culture good, right? Function. And it's presented in right what is it good? What is it that means good culture? Positive in terms of emotion. What means it bad? Hopefully from that I can derive a principle. Okay, if I want human emotion future, I want to be like these guys, those guys, right? What is the principle? Right? That's I think just finger on the button. So what happens is so many whatever else happens, right? It's very difficult to find actually say something like that. Some of them are they're all understand that carrying the state and this is something I think part of therapy is this sort of produces something my crown and hair. What that means is that in any given moment, where hair that are newly false. The job of political jurist or philosopher is not to take it and say, whatever it is for this place. The job is to have society is the job of first of all conservation will take and second that's a baseline for basically accepting that you already got laws. I was just saying the visionary is the correct one. It will always be flawed and try to prove it. There's perfect how or could to me the way I heard it is saying accepting the system's flawed, trial and error, and we can have perfect now. That's what it sounds to me. Yeah, I think that's really, I think the difference is that at some point, just like it's one, they now see, I can see certain actions lead to bad consequences. Let me try to what is bad and what is good. I think ultimately, what do we call them? Individuals. Like the founding fathers get all study history, talk about history, talk about the Republican, so the age. So they studied they they, worked in the past on what hasn't. Right? Now in review, and they try to, let me try to explain. What is the bad? I think ultimately, what is bad? I think consider. But it was 200 and something years the division after the Constitution. Okay, what did they get right? What did they get wrong? How was it done? And where the flaws, where the things we can improve on. I think we can get close to the fact. And based on those abstraction, that kind of what is true. Just like at some point you think better, you come up with a principle. It's true. 100 years later, you might discover that I missed something, but not take the full man insist on which teacher was the system. No, there's something really wrong. I mean, there's something really wrong with not having representation. When you go on and move too far, I think is a mistake. And the problem with trial and error is that we're talking about human life. So it was a trial, and people pay price for the trial. As did many people.
Welcome, Zoom. How you living, Pam?
About other aspects.
How are you? You're good, big dog. Are you ready to play? All right, I need about 5 minutes. I'm in the middle of a game right now with someone else. I'm almost done. We've got 26 tiles left. No, no worries at all. Don't give it a second thought. Everybody does it. Yeah, dog.
I'm going to the gym.
All right, well, just give me a moment, and I will whoop you before you go. I'm in an intent. You're swole, dog. You're swole means like you're strong. You're big. You're getting there.
That's accusation. Rational. Maybe it is a bit expensive. It's not useful for so rationalist is somebody like I'm going to try to everything and he explicitly said value the inheritance. The histories that we have I would take a look at the moral and scientific writing. They're not very good. Very good. I'm not reading it. Very much. Go on.
got 13 tiles left. I'm almost done with this game. We've got 13 tiles. Yeah. Yeah, but barely. This person, oh no, they just took the lead. Oh, I don't know if they're better. They're very good though. Yeah. And they play all kinds of weird words, like really long words. We've got 7 tiles left. I retook the lead.
You're both. Is that
between crash question? That's are always we can say that some are better.
No tiles left. We should be done soon.
Conservatives. Conservative. Ineffective in economics, spiritually, and so it's easy like that.
They just played con.
What on earth? What should we learn? But conservative diversity of different kinds of society.
No, but they do. No, we just got 7 with it. I mean, this is a really intense game.
Good about most.
Did they just buy that anyway?
I don't know. I think
Notice until
they played it
I have a good hearing.
to just
Supposed to
be
knowing
cool.
what data is century.
All right, so you ready? Oh, dude, this is going in the hole. Watch this shot, Zoo.
All of these things that communists represent, not see.
Are you serious? Did you see it? That should keep going. Dog, that's bullshit. Go, baby. Go, baby.
like the actual communist state is ready. Cool.
This is a tough shot. Oh, no. I fucked you, though. Yeah, do it, baby. Do it. You don't have the balls. That's what I'm talking about.
As a rap, and they say we, the nation as a whole.
Oh, dude, what a good shot, Zoo.
We'll say before you're on nailed into the comment.
Dude, it's your beautiful.
When you read Mark, reading somebody who says just oppressed and oppressed, right? And was over liberal thinking. Seen groups.
No way. It's there. No way. Oh, man, I thought it was there. Oh. Oh, dude.
I'm in the best.
From Dick. Everybody, you know, some.
I hate when I'm one shot away, but I don't have any left. I hate that.
And they 100 million people.
It's your whole Zoo.
I do. Like your question is good and right. Concern, but still, I think you can tell the difference.
That revolution and
Let's see you hit the shot, and don't worry about that right now.
Problem, right?
one is the problem. The problem
Yeah, you're down 2-1. Let's see you do well.
Something that radical in the sense that I think it comes
Yeah.
I think it comes from a tradition of looking
Right,
at
it's like
things that it comes from back in some people.
No way. No way. Get in the water. No way, Zoo.
Revelation.
You're right about that. Go, 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 go. No way. Zoo, you got me. It all comes down to this.
God was
You know I'm good at this role.
somewhere, so you need to
No, I'm good at this role too.
the volunteering, no rationality. There is a lot of mysticism.
No, I haven't. That's impossible. 4 shots, yes. 3 shots, no. That's short. That's short. That's going to be a bad shot. Zoo. Zoo. Get it. All right, you've got a chance. If I miss this shot, you've got a chance. Too bad I don't miss, baby. Make it, big dog. That's good. I have this shot to win. I have this shot to win. I don't know how that would happen. I got you. I'm in 950th win right here. I hope you go first. Good. Oh, dude, that was almost really good. I said it was almost really good. Yeah, that does suck. Don't go in the water, dude. Whatever you do. Dude, whatever you do, don't go in the water. Dude, whatever you do, don't go in the water. Dude, you're down 1 hole to none. Yo, pimp.
When you think about the conservative
shot.
Dude, this small.
Dude.
nationalism in that whole kind of small case ultimate conclusion is because you don't, but individual doesn't matter. This is one of the differences. Tradition where they make a tradition, even the conservatives always back to it. Special.
All in one, dude. Nice shot. Dude, do you like this hole? Dude, what do you think of that shot?
React to the French Revolution. So
Oh, dude, I messed up. Here's your chance. Great shot. I just made it. Don't miss the shot, dude. You did too fast. That's my 950th win. All right, you ready for literati? Are you ready for table soccer? All right. What do you want to play? Okay. Blitz League. Blitz League is fast.
a rapid revolution.
Okay. Blitz League, baby. What's the plan, big dog? Oh, fuck. Fuck, Zoo.
And then make for communism. I mean, the French Revolution is they tried to change it. Something needed to change. Egalitarian philosophy.
Yes, I am.
Motivated by
Major trouble, big dog. Major trouble. Fuck, Zoo.
destruction and death. Annihilation and crime. Annihilation is never an option. That is, it's not. It never leads to that. So people, good revolution, individuals, but preservation. And the French Revolution.
little bit of a
civilization is a
Yeah, you did. You did really well. You did really well, Zoot.
Core of which is some powerful idea.
I'm not
Tourism.
Zoot, do you know about the dragon attack?
Power of the
I see how you.
All right, but do you know about the dragon attack?
They talk about
Give it to me, baby. Look at this path, Zoot.
with a single brain and a
Zoot.
but the time that the way they
Off of that guy. Oh, no. Dragon attack. Oh, no passes? Zoot, do you know about the dragon attack?
So on the one you have areas formation.
You know you're the one who chooses it?
Yeah.
I do the same formation every fucking time. Zoot, did you know it's 2-0? You ready for this shot, Zoot?
Age of reason and
like
is the
That was bad. Zoot, should I go with a shot on goal? Oh, get it. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Okay, so
on Jefferson. Do you think
my formation is
in the
Oh, man, that was close. Oh, no, Zoot.
but it's so much fun.
Zoot, do you think I can score on this shot? Oh, man, that was close. Zoot, nobody's in your goal, Zoot. Oh, what a great pass.
is with a between an executive by Hammer legislature and models.
Zoot. Zoot, you know what the dragon attack is?
Elected body that executive legislative.
Zoot, you're going to have maybe the best comeback in the history of this game. Look at this pass. That was on purpose. Zoot, are you proud of your defense right now? Zoot, are you proud of your defense right now? What a pass. That was amazing. Oh, dude, I almost scored on that. Dude, what are you going to do here? What are you going to do here, Zoot? Dangerous. Dangerous. No goalie.
and a title.
Dude, your guy's in my way. Go. What a great play. What, dude, 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 do you know what the dragon attack is?
Let's go.
Dude, you haven't scored yet. You lost 5. You lost 5-0. But dude, do you know what the dragon attack is? Dude, do you know what the dragon attack is? Dude, I'm gonna destroy you. That was terrible. That was terrible. That was terrible.
Oh my. Okay.
What are you gonna do, big dog? Dude, this is close. Dude, you know what the dragon attack is? You ready for me to score, dude? Dude. Oh, you just have to get it down to your guy and he's gonna score. No, it wasn't. Get it to your guy. Get it to your guy. Dude, you've lost 6 straight goals. Oh, dude. No one's in your goal, dude. No one is in your goal. Dude, no one's in your goal. Are you serious with the pass? Dude. Sure. Dude, do you know what the dragon attack is? Dude, you've lost 7 straight goals. That was bad. I just gave you a goal. Oh, dude, what was that? That was bad too.
is
Dude, that was great. What are you gonna do? Don't miss.
everything up for the concept.
Dude, you missed. Oh, what a pass, dude. That was the. Did you see that pass? Yeah, you got one goal. Whatever. That was crazy. I did too. You could make it. Oh, that was good. A what? Yeah, I heard that. It is. A lot of people are getting that kind of dog. Yeah. Zoot. What are you gonna do? You're gonna take your guys out of goal? Big mistake. Giant mistake. Tough shot. What are you doing, Zoot? What are you doing? You're not gonna score. Fuck, man.
I knew that was gonna work. Why would you do that?
Why not? It makes all the sense in the world. What a pass. Dude, do you know what the dragon attack is? Dude, do you know what the dragon attack is? No passes.
I'll tell you something.
Dude, how didn't I score? How did you save that, dude? Dog. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm not your nutritionist. Do what makes you happy, baby.
Yeah.
Don't pass it. Just don't pass it. Yes. You're gonna miss. You're gonna miss. Fuck, man.
I'll come back.
You like your defense?
He was presiding, which
was
pretty perception. Just that. Seven. Was just like effectively. It is a revolution.
Zoot, open goal. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Oh, you guys in the way. Oh no. Zoot, it's a one-on-one. What are you gonna do? What a great pass. I could take a shot on goal, or I could pass it. Got it, baby. I'm back in.
I like the conservative preamble of the Constitution, which
Hey, dude, I'm gonna have to mute you.
there are seven a perfect union, which
Zoot, Zoot, watch this. Watch this teamwork. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
not only thing as a general.
Fuck, what a miss. Give it to me. I mean, look at the map, dude. It's like 32 cities and something like that. Man, it depends what you consider city, and it's not nearly as big as Los Angeles County. It's like 1/3 the size of Los Angeles County. I mean, I don't really know how to. It's like the size of Connecticut. What a shot, dude! I just ended you. All right. Oh yeah, no. Orange County is like you need to take a car or public transportation or something. You can't walk anywhere. Yeah. All right, go to the gym and enjoy yourself, big dog. We'll see you later, big man.
Recognize it if there was self everybody would become a lot of work has to go into understanding why being convinced. But it's good. There's being two different. The influence of American living vast and
Hi, how are you doing, Doug? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. Everybody wants you to have a wonderful day. Everybody thinks you're having a wonderful day. Take care, big dog. You're wonderful. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. No, Doug. Everybody loves you. 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 Wonderful. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you.
Yeah.
Everybody loves
Similarity
you.
between others. He takes it.
Everybody
We
loves
don't. But so is the French Revolution. So is about destruction and he is inspired by the French Revolution. I think the American Revolution is a complete. I think Jefferson is a fan. So, so is. So I think that the American Revolution is an individualistic revolution. It is a revolution of the rights of the individual. The French Revolution is a collectivist revolution. It's not quite the market revolution of the proletarian, but it's defining classes, and it's rebellion against a certain class. Kill them all, off with the head. It is an engagement about utilitarianism. In some sense, it's wrong to Jefferson to the fraternity, egalitarian of Marxism. It's individual. It's all about right? There's certain phrases in the I don't. But it's written in some documents of the city of the Green right? So the giants self-evident is one of them. I'm not particularly about government the green now. But I like the fact that it's green and a lot of city. Pretty close to actually so they can see what about you history like I think it is a document that advises all kinds of political choices that will look at these rights and the individual rights. That is so important that these rights are individual. John Campbell out Revelation can talk about this is what why we the right the sanctions freedom that is such and that to me is very that's the beginning. It's based on it's based on a belief of what happened. Of freedom, good things. So let's take that all the way. Let's not compromise that. Let's consist with the good things for that. And when this is the way to stand for the idea of a great company. So bad things happen. But all that time, actually, the right to life for people. And I think that gives it happens around it because it's a statement. It's a statement that says sanctions and says that ultimately people should be allowed to be built with their license. They're based on how they get out and right to make lawful right now. And what happens is and we take the people who they their life. Let them go out and take the justice. So interesting. All of these things together. And it is. So I think that they're good. And I think it was an experiment. An experiment was in that period of before the Constitution. The experiment was let's let the states, let's have a the states experiment with setting up the Constitution. It won't have any kind of and they wouldn't realize, right? And I think is that was the whole point.
But the purpose of that was everybody who wants that protect their rights. This was the protection of 1957. General Rothschild, General Rothschild. I think the founder of the but it's such a good resource. Maybe that doesn't stay there. And again, this is part of the local government. It's this is something we didn't think we should. It's a question of whether there is such a thing as a common good or public interest or national interest or general welfare. These words, these terms, other things, because of all. Sorry, I can't start to hear some great things. So I can't do it. Easy to do. So I interpret that. What's good, you know, objective, fun, people who just talk to individuals. Good of it. And I understand that that's something people would ask, but you know, the common understanding. So I stick together with it, you know, to avoid the benefit now. Government company, but you're so it's not skip it. So I think the contribution is going to get to make it you or something. I think it's I think they are anyway, like it. But it's a magnificent right the level I think because you know, this is a difference I think with the difference is that the Constitution is separating powers. In order to make you there's what the government and what is the government supposed to do? Well, it's all of those things that of protecting rights, about protecting us from invaders, protecting the country. They're about preserving this protection of rights. Why don't we have a corporation so that we make sure that no one of those executive legislation violating rights or civil liberties. There's always something to the power. And there's a purpose, and that purpose is solely signified in countries. And that's why I think the purpose is particularly what exactly what is the purpose? The purpose of rights. And that's why we elaborate with those rights. And Madison's rights protection of rights. But from this thing, he was worried that other rights would not be, and his worry. It's like, with no usual if we got it in writing in the First Amendment, we didn't have it in writing long time ago. And we don't have, for example, the freedom to negotiate a contract. Say, oh, let's do this right. So there was a right there covered the amendment, but it never not in rights that in place. So I don't see this that it's a law that has been fixed, allowed the expansion of the right to all states. That's what must be read. States or something. You can wait under the Constitution to go on because that's the Constitution is the function and the Declaration and then the Constitution is the motion. So perhaps at the end of the day, you can't count some states with the next like what's more from slavery in some states they recognize you can have civil war. Other than principles are run into I just don't think you can read it that way. The first stated purpose of the Constitution of 1787 is in order to form a characteristic as a whole. It is not a characteristic of any individual. You have the don't know. More or less, right? So what they're doing is they're looking at when right Battle of Yorktown, somebody has to write a personal check more perfect, more cohesive, the ability to get all of these different individuals to do one of what's needed, necessary to do.
Well, it's more than that, right? So it's like, for what purpose? That is, this is why, this is documents, because there's a context, there's a thing, write everything down, right? They have, what's the purpose of a more? The purpose of the more purposeful. Because what's the best? So what is the common? It's to protect now, because what the rest of so all of the is to preserve the ability of government to violate the beauty of and again it connects it to the Declaration of Independence. What came before it? What came before it was the document, which they always set the context for this. And now the duty this day, to provide for common defense, because we know that all these things we violate our rights, to protect us from peace and justice within the country. That's based on law, the rule of law. So, to me, when you read the founders, when you read the Federalist Papers, when you read what they wrote, what they're trying to do is make the world a right-minded political system, right-minded structure, to be able to preserve these liberties. And not all of them had I expect a perfect understanding of what they were all, even the conservatives, only individual liberty and input.
Of course, because almost all of these rights, they exist in the English Bill of Rights, Petition of Rights. If you take it, now, they want to be like, in that they want to have individual independent nation. The first bring other people. We're going to take our among the nations of the earth.
The purpose is to protect individual rights and collective rights.
We certainly are not allowed that you and I both admired, wanted, not because liberty, the great good.
So clearly, I don't think that that's what because it's
was
I don't think they did, and this is why they tried not to break from it. And many of them struggle, really struggle with having English was the best. And this is where we get to validate these things because I do think England was and absolutely the best. What they didn't use the value of the nation. But what they identified in England is they created situations in which they might be tried. So they in order to secure these I not an anarchist because we've discussed it. I believe you need it. You secure those rights. If the rights are not, you can't secure those rights. The end is the rights. And that this kind of a good place to ask about welfare.
Let me John wrote that no man no every man is a peace continent diminishes me. Because I am involved and I never since the it was strengthening me. So this is about individualism. And he not just the political level, but at the philosophical level. What is